civil society representatives, and other stakeholders. As we gather here today for Uddeshya 2024, we will showcase diverse voices and a wide array of projects driving inclusivity in the transport sector. Additionally, we will be recognizing people who are making their mark in furthering the gender-responsive mobility. Through the day, we will have masterclass, we have exhibition set up in Silver Oak lawns, and we will also have the award ceremony. Before we start, I would also like to mention my colleagues Chaitanya Kannuri, Harshita Jamba, Aparna Vijay Kumar, Tanushri Venkatraman, and Pavan Mulukutla, who have been instrumental in conceptualizing Uddeshya. Please join me in applauding their efforts. Now we will start our plenary session now, for which I would like to invite Mr. Pavan Mulukutla, Executive Director, Integrated Transport, Clean Air and Hydrogen at WRI-India, to give a welcome address and introduce the plenary. Pavan has over 2 decades of professional experience working at an intersection of urban mobility, energy and environment. His expertise includes informing policy making at national and subnational levels on the ongoing transport decarbonization initiatives and supporting the transition to low carbon pathway. Over to you, Pavan.
Thank you, Madhura. Good morning, everyone. What a sight from here to really see a full packed house talking on a Monday morning on how we actually make gender responsive mobility planning. I would really say kudos to all of us here for, really gathering together to really discuss this important initiative. When we conceptualize Uddeshya really translates into intent. And that's from the Sanskrit language, which we picked up, is to really see what is our intent and how does our intent drive our action. And that's what we believe in once we started thinking about creating this platform. As we heard from Madhura, that this platform is about how do we really turn ideas into actions. And there is no one perfect solution, right? We all really need to think through how do we really talk about including gender responsive mobility in planning, not just at women or gender as just beneficiaries of the planning action but as part of the decision making, as part of planning, and ensure that it actually translates through the entire value chain, and that is our intent on creating this Uddeshya platform. Grateful to all our partners, Niti Aayog, and of course all the 8 partners who have come together to really make this happen. Thankful to our NDC-TIA, under the aegis of this initiative is happening. I would also take this moment to welcome all our guests who have traveled far from California, from Norway, from Mexico, from Spain to be here with us and to share their experiences on how we really actually translate this into an action. The time has really come. With that, let me introduce our plenary session panelists, Dr. Hanif Qureshi, who would be joining us shortly. He is the Additional Secretary, Ministry of Heavy Industries. He is the Indian police officer with vast experience in investigations traffic. Currently, he is driving the whole electric mobility initiative in India, so we will be hearing from him shortly. Let me welcome Ms. Leanne Randolph. Please join on the stage. Chair, California Air Resources Board. Leanne has spent most of her career in public service, specializing in environmental law, policy, effective administration, and a commitment to transparency and public process. As a chair, she presides over the board's decisions along with the board members and works closely with the executive office of CARB. And it will be very interesting to hear from her on how the California Air Resource Board is actually steering this whole energy transition. I would also request Dr. Ines Sanchez de Madriaga, Professor of Planning and Adjunct Director at SAM. She's a UNESCO Chair on Gender in Science, Technology and Innovation, a professor of urban planning at the University of Madrid and chair of AGGI, the advisory group on gender issues to the executive director of UN Habitat. She is a leading international expert on gender in transportation, urban planning, and architecture. And she is the one who coined the whole mobility for, care for mobility, or mobility of care, which becomes the whole basis of what we really look at transportation planning today. I would also request Mr. Christian Kaffensteiner, Project Director and Cluster Coordinator, Sustainable Urban and Industrial Development, GIZ India. Christian leads the Sustainable Urban and Industrial Development Cluster at GIZ. He is leading a portfolio of mobility projects supported by GIZ, including the initiative on empowering women transgender by employing them as auto drivers. Our great pleasure to introduce our Global Director, Managing Director of Global Presence and National Action, Ms. Adriana Lobo, World Resources Institute. During her over 2 decades as Executive Director of the World Resource Institute, Mexico, and more recently Colombia, Adriana has led the organization from 5 to 100 people in Mexico, and she was instrumental in getting the BRT system, the world-renowned Mexico BRT, and has worked extensively on creating inclusive planning. And finally, the moderator for this session, Ms. Jaya Dhindov, Executive Program Director, Sustainable Cities, and Director, WRI-India Ross Center. Jaya is an urban development professional and researcher with over 2 decades of global experience in sustainable development, urban resilience, and natural resource management. She provides strategic leadership to all urban development and planning initiatives across WRI-India. Welcome all of you. Over to you, Jaya. Jaya, also, when Dr. Hanif arrives, would request to introduce him and take the session forward. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Pawan, for the warm welcome. Can you hear me? Am I audible? Fantastic. And I am delighted to be here with our guests today to speak about gender mainstreaming in mobility. Now, as we know, the COVID-19 pandemic affected women more than men in some countries, and especially in developing countries like India, because women tend to be employed disproportionately in sectors which are harder hit by COVID or that were more vulnerable to that. So hospitality, transport, mobility, informal sector. There were also increased burden of care on women during this time, and women and girls were disproportionately more likely to drop out of school. So 20 times more women or girls dropped out of education during this period. There was also reports that the gender-based violence increased during the pandemic, and a lot of the people were not able to return to the workforce. So all of the pre-existing inequities that were there between women and men basically got exacerbated during the pandemic, and they continue to persist. Now, all of this has also in India led to the lowering of women's workforce participation, which was already at 24%, was fairly low, and it slipped down to about 19% depending on which numbers you look at. And that just is having difficulty climbing back up. And all of these jobs that women are actually doing are in the low-rung sort of survivalist livelihood activities. Why should we care about it, right? And that's kind of the question that we're going to answer some of it over here. One, it is good for the economy. It reduces poverty rates, women's workforce participation. There's enough data about that. It's good for society. You have healthier, more educated children, and it's good for the environment. So when you're talking about climate change, you're talking about fostering peace. It's also important in the case of India because 75% of our infrastructure is yet to be built. Our cities of tomorrow are yet to be built. And the way we create that infrastructure and making sure that it's equitable, it does not lead to further inequities is going to be super important. And we know that when it comes to the space of gender and mobility, in India also in terms of action on the ground, there are a lot of efforts afoot in various domains by different types of stakeholders, CSOs, academia. There's work that's happening on the policy front around gender mainstreaming. And our Uddeshya, or our intent here today, is threefold really. So one is to highlight some of what is happening on the ground, what we're seeing in terms of action. The second is to understand the progress that we've made towards gender mainstreaming So going from gender awareness to gender mainstreaming, it's a spectrum. And finally, about collective dialogue, right, around how and where decarbonizing transport and our mobility systems offers us a huge opportunity to move from this whole gender awareness to gender mainstreaming. So I'm delighted to have our guests here today, and Dr. Qureshi will be joining us in a bit. But what I'll do is I'll start with you, Chair Randolph, and basically talk about, as a progressive state, you're from California, and when it comes to delivering environmental mandates, California is at the forefront of zero emissions transportation as a means to achieve clean air for all, right? That's what CARB is doing. CARB is the nodal agency looking to do this, and health and environmental justice are also two very strong pillars within the work that you do. So how important is gender mainstreaming for accomplishing your goals? And how is the program embedding it as a means to a better quality of life for all?
So thank you very much for having me for this discussion. So I'll first describe a little bit about how we're structured. We are a 16-member board. We have 1,700 staff people. And our primary regulatory responsibility is around public health and ensuring that mobile sources of pollution are as clean as possible. And then we also do climate change planning for the state of California. So we have an extensive suite of regulations around light-duty vehicles, medium and heavy-duty vehicles, and ensuring that the combustion vehicles are as clean as possible, and moving those fleets to zero emission, because we know that that will be the most health protective for our residents in California. We are the only state that is allowed to set standards, and other states can follow us. So we can set standards that are even stronger than the federal government, and other states can choose to adopt those standards as well. Currently, we have about 17 states that follow our standards. So in the light-duty market, that is over 40% of light-duty vehicles follow California standards. So it's critical that our standards are as clean as possible and as technically feasible as possible, so that as many states as possible can join us and protect public health. In California, we are trying to do this work in a way that furthers equity. We have marginalized communities in California that are disproportionately burdened by pollution. We have communities of color that for decades have been suffering from land use decisions that moved pollution towards their communities. And cleaning up our vehicle sector really allows benefits for those communities. So as we think about gender in the work that we're doing, part of the work we're doing is very focused on light-duty vehicles. In California, 42% of new car sales are made by women, but only 28% of electric vehicle sales are made by women. So while women have a strong presence in the individual vehicle market for combustion vehicles, it doesn't carry through to electric vehicles. So we need to be thinking about ways that we can ensure that the women that are making vehicle choices are choosing zero-emission vehicles. When we adopted our light-duty standards, we formed an equity task force to look at ways to make our rules more equitably. Right now, that's focused more on income-based equity and on race-based equity, but I think those numbers show that there's an opportunity to focus on gender equity as well. And then the last thing I'll mention is at CARB we work a lot with local transit agencies. We have rules that require transit agencies to eventually purchase cleaner vehicles. And we also have a mandate in our climate action plan that we want to reduce vehicle miles traveled, get people out of individual cars, whether they are combustion or electric, and encourage them to use transit. And transit agencies in California are really taking a look at how best to incorporate gender equity into their work. For instance, Los Angeles Metro, which runs both trains and buses, has a gender planning tool where they're looking at how they can plan stops and routes that better serve women who frequently don't necessarily do a 9 to 5 commute, but have commutes that are scattered throughout the day. And post-pandemic, as ridership in transit in California has gone down, the safety issues are more paramount, because if you are taking transit at a random time of the day where they're safe and keeping you feeling safe. And so LA Metro has really taken the lead in trying to orient their planning efforts to ensure that there is more gender equity in their very large transit system. So that summarizes a few things we're working on in California. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm told that Dr. Qureshi will be here shortly, so maybe I'll go ahead with my second question. We'll pause as he comes in, if that's all right. So, Dr. Madriag, I'm going to come to you now. So, mobility of care is a concept that you coined in the year 2008. And your work around the concept of mobility of care and its framework for the first time argued about how care and employment are or should be equally important in transport planning and policy, right? And highlighted how it is important for women as they are the primary caregivers, but then slowly men are kind of coming into this space as well of caregiving, and how this is going to be important for them as well. So the question for you is that, could you elaborate a little bit about your concept, the framing that you have created around the mobility of care, and why it is important for gender equity and mobility?
Thank you very much. I'm very happy to be here. Thank you very much for the invitation. I had this idea of the mobility of care as an umbrella concept that could be used also as a specific technical category to measure trips. In 2008, the Spanish Ministry of Transportation asked me at that moment to do a review of the main transportation statistics in Spain from a gender perspective, to identify gender biases, gender omissions, and to see how to issue some recommendations to improve how the data were collected. So I did that. I analyzed the 4 main statistic sources for transportation at the time in Spain. And when I had finished, I had identified quite a number of biases on how the information was collected. Nonetheless, the issue of how compulsory mobility is conceptualized, which is a highly gender-biased concept. But when I had finished it, it was like I had this bulb that lighted in my head. And I said, under all these categories that are normally used by transportation engineers to categorize the purposes for urban travel, that is shopping, visiting, strolling, the black box, other, escorting, many small categories for travel. Many of these travel trips are not done for leisure or for personal purposes. They are, in fact, trips that are needed for the maintenance of a home and for the caring of people who cannot move autonomously in the city and need to be escorted. So I came up with this idea of giving all these trips an umbrella name that would make them visible as a total amount of the total number of trips, and that would allow them to be quantified. So visibility and quantification, measuring, because when you don't know data, no policy, we know that. Data is so important for gender policy. So I had this idea of creating this new category to measure trips that would be mobility of care, an umbrella term that encompasses all these many trips that are related to daily life, that statistically it's women who perform them. And I made this very theoretical estimation of what it could be at the time. Maybe 1/3 of trips for shopping are made for shopping for the home, not for personal shopping. Maybe 100% of escorting you have to do them, because otherwise these people cannot, children or the elderly cannot move alone. Maybe 2/3 of visiting people, so I made this estimation, and in this hypothetical estimation, in the existing service, I thought the result was that the mobility of care would be very close to employment-related mobility. And then I created, with a PhD student of mine, a specific survey designed to really be able to empirically measure it, because the normal statistical survey methodologies do not allow, are not designed to really identify all these care trips. You need to design it specifically. You also need to train the persons who do the survey, because there are so many gender biases embedded in how people ask and how people respond. So you have to train the people who will implement the surveys. And we applied it in Madrid, and the results were very much what I had envisioned hypothetically. In the population between 30 and 45, the mobility of care is very close to employment mobility, and the gender gap is astounding. So men do very few of these trips. It's mostly women who perform them. And now, after this specific survey was done in 2012, and it has been now applied in many places. I have seen that some researchers, it's being used by researchers at MIT, at Harvard, at McGill University, at Oxford, and by policymakers in many places. Some people now are also including into the idea of care the idea of self-care, which I originally didn't do, because I think self-care is different from caring for others. So there's some discussion going on how to define it and how to implement it and how to conceptualize care, that I think is some way ahead as we go on implementing policy that really allows women to work and also perform caring activities, and that also will contribute to having men undertake more of these caring tasks.
Thank you, Dr. Madriaga, and we will have a deeper dive into this with you later at a fireside chat. But now I'd like to stop for a moment and welcome Dr. Hanif Qureshi, Additional Secretary, Ministry of Heavy Industries. Welcome, sir. Please join us. So we had just started the panel discussion with our panelists. We were just getting into why the whole notion of gender and mobility is important, the mobility of care. Chair Randolph spoke about what the state of California is doing. And actually, I'll come to you now directly, if that's okay. Yeah? All right. So basically, firstly, congratulations, sir. The Ministry of Heavy Industries has taken big and bold move towards transport electrification, and that's truly commendable. This will have many implications for the climate narrative, but also as an opportunity to engage women in the workforce at all levels and of the value chain. So can you share some of your thoughts around this and what's next?
Yeah, thank you for inviting me here. And though I listened to a very short of what Dr. Madariga has to say, but of course the automobile sector we know it is quite male dominated, and so there are new kinds of jobs which are likely to come up as the automobile sector grows, and with the emphasis on cleaner fuels, with electric vehicles, many less moving parts, new skill sets are required. And there is a Automotive Skill Development Council which works under the ministry, where we are developing skill packs, courses which the new age workers will be required to do. And number of them will be oriented towards the female workforce, so that as we go ahead, women get a more opportunity to learn these new skills. But I think that certainly there must be in the design of the automobiles, in the design of workforce, in the design of these skills, the gender aspect must be kept in mind. But I think that the men, they would like to, probably it has been a male-dominated world so far, but you can see that women are coming of age not only in automobile sector, but in generally all other sectors also. There was a time, if we look back in history, that men used to be leaders of the packs and leaders of the communities because muscle strength was very important. And the muscle strength was there more in men. But now the people who lead, they do not need so much muscle strength. They need more brain power. And they need softer skills. They need creative thinking. They need communication skills, new ways of thinking. And if you look at, after the 70s and 80s, a lot of studies have been done on brain mapping. Brain scanning techniques have been there. And generally, one of the findings I'll share with you, and that is that there are two hemispheres of the brain, and they are separated by something called corpus callosum, which is a thick bulbous structure between the brain. So men tend to be unihemispheric, and women tend to be utilize more of the left and right hemispheres at the same time. And that the reason is that the corpus callosum, which is a thicker and more bulbous structure in women, so they can easily communicate. So they have a natural advantage. And that is why you see that one of the reasons that they are favorably placed with respect to utilization of their brain. So I think that will come as a good news for a lot of women who are here. You are already better than us. So, and the other is that when you need to acquire new skills, it is not just technical skills you need. It is what takes you ahead is your emotional capacity, is your capacity to think about different things at the same time. And again, going back to the brain, there is something called a amygdala in our brain, and that is the seat of emotions. Again, the brain studies have shown that the size of amygdala is on an average larger than that of a male brain. So therefore, the capacity of women is emotionally they are much stronger. And that is why the relationships at the workplace, balancing work and life, they are much better at it. And therefore it is time that men must understand and give way to women. So whether you have these policies in place or not, I think women already have a significant advantage, and they also understand that these are the skills which are more needed. Of course, it's not that men do not have these skills. Men also have these skills. But probably they do not, either they are not aware much about them, or they ignore them. And therefore we see increasingly the participation of women in other sectors also. As far as the automobile industry is concerned, we are moving towards these creative designs. In today's automobile, you will see more than 30 to 40% is electronics. And therefore this design aspect is there. And if you look at the number of jobs which are created per unit value of automobiles, about 65 to 70% jobs are created in the ERD, in the engineering, research and design. And the manufacturing will have only about 10 to 15%, and the remaining 10-15 will be marketing and after sales. And it is in the design aspect where a lot of women are coming forward, and their proportion would increase. So therefore, that I was saying that the natural advantages which are there for women, now they will not only, their proportion will not only be similar to men, but it will far exceed that of men. And the quality of their work is likely to be, on an average, it is likely to be higher than that of men. That is what is going to happen. And the sooner everyone realizes this, the better it will be for the development of not only any particular industry, but also the development of the space occupied by our life and our friends and our social circle and our workplace. Those are also will become better. You see, I've been a police officer for very long time. The proportion of women who are coming into the police force, it used to be about 7 to 8% a couple of years back, but now in India it has crossed 15%. And most states have made it a policy that some states are saying 25%, others are saying 30%. Proportion of women is increasing. And why is that? That is because the experience indicates that they better deal with the citizens. Their understanding of the issues faced by the citizens is better. They are less corrupt. That is a fact. You can look at the reports. So that is why even our Honorable Prime Minister has stated that the women now must increasingly go into armed forces. And earlier they used to be only the soft skills in writing and clerical jobs, but now you see the women are coming into the operational roles. You have fighter pilots. You have in the police, you have station house officers, DSPs. They are the persons who are actually doing the main thing, which is operational things they are doing. So I think it is we are going on the right track, but certainly we need to identify. There are a lot of hindrances. For example, in the automotive testing space, we have 4 testing agencies under the Ministry of Heavy Industries, where we have the crash tests. And in the crash tests, there are dummies which are used. But those dummies are mostly males. Female dummies are there, but then you have an old person, a middle age, different heights. That kind of variety is not there in the female dummies. Therefore, I mean, the health and safety of all genders are equal. This is what we need to realize. And that is why, more research and more design has to go into that. So these are the things we must identify and then work on. And I would like to hear from everyone also. Thank you so much for inviting me here. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Qureshi, and especially for acknowledging what we women have always known about ourselves. So, I would like to now just pause here and still we need to take a picture and then we can get back to the panel. Is that correct? All right. So if we can just pause here and then do that.
As Dr. Qureshi will need to leave in the middle of the panel, we hope to just take one photograph right now and then we can continue with the panel. So if everyone on the plenary can stand up and go. 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 Apologies for the interruption. Sir, if you can sit another 5 minutes, and maybe, Jaya, do we want to take a couple of questions for Dr. Qureshi right now?
We can do that. So what we'll do is, Christian, Adriana will come back to you. And right now, because Dr. Qureshi needs to leave, we'll just have some audience Q&A, get that started. If anyone wants to respond. So, anyone has a question? By the way, there's research from Berkeley that says that, in a group setting like this, in a public setting, women are twice less likely as men to ask a question. And if the first question comes from a woman, they are more likely to be followed up by more questions by women. So I see your hand, but it'll be wonderful if there's a woman who can ask a question.
There we
Yes,
go.
please. Thank you.
Hello, sir. Good morning. I'm Ashwarya from OMI Foundation. My question is, could you suggest some policy interventions that could be taken to really include women in, I would say, EV value chain? How can we feminize that? Some policy interventions.
So basically, what you're asking, ma'am, is are there any policies that can help feminize the EV value chain, include more women's participation?
So, I mean, there is no mandate as of now that you have so many women. The mandate is not there. But I think what would be more important is that we realize that women can do the jobs equally well or better than men. Once that realization is there, then we'll find that a lot of people will include more women. For example, there's a big company, I'm not naming it, it has 100% women workforce. It's a large two-wheeler manufacturer. There's another company, is another three-wheeler manufacturer, it has got nearly 100% female workforce who are working on the shop floor. So as the experience out of these projects or experiments or whatever you call them flows out, so that realization will spread, and I think that is how it will grow. But having a mandate like in the police or the armed forces, a kind of a mandate is there. In the political sphere, we have a mandate. 33% reservation for women elected representatives is there. It is there in the local governments. Now it is coming to the state and the central government also. But industries would, generally the government feels that industry should not be mandated for something. We would not like to mandate someone with this. So as far as the policy is concerned, but yeah, female-friendly workforce, female-friendly workplaces, that is where the policy is there. So you must have female-friendly workplaces. You must have female-friendly HR policies. In those areas, policies are there and mandates are there. So to that extent, it is there.
Yes, and please go ahead. I'll come to you.
Hello, I'm Shekhar from JNU, Center for Study in Science Policy. I have just one addition remark to Mandarin, that when you said how the women use the transportation, in a conversation with a friend from DCW, she said the free travel actually enabled women to access justice also, because now they could travel to different agencies. But my question is, a little different, that what do you think about, like, in our infrastructure projects, we have environmental clearance, environmental audit, and also related to disabilities audit. Why don't we have an audit related to women-centric infrastructure, that we ensure the workplaces are infrastructurally fit for women to work? Like, this was the problem when I was working with Transport Minister, and we were developing the depots. They all were men-centric. There was no changing room. There was placement of CCTV was weird. It was restricting women to access. So what do you think about this audit, mandatory audit?
Would you or Chair Randolph, would you like to answer? I know, Chair Randolph, that you also are on time.
That was actually one of the issues that the city of Los Angeles is looking at with their gender planning tool. So they are looking at redesigning bus stops and train stops so that they have better lighting, they have more access for people who have strollers and carts, because women tend to, as you were talking about, doing shopping trips with carts. And so part of their planning efforts are not just looking at routes and schedules, but also looking at the physical infrastructure that they're designing to make sure that that infrastructure is more welcoming and accessible for women travelers.
I'm going to come back to the audience questions again. I'll continue with the panel and come to you, Christian, now. Yes, sure. Thank you, sir. All right. So, Christian, coming to you now, GIZ has clearly been at the forefront of designing mobility programs and projects that have a strong gender component, right? So whether that is work in Odisha that you've done, the work in Kerala, that has looked to promote a strong, enable and promote women's participation in the transportation workforce, which has now permeated to other places like Bangalore and Mumbai and so on and so forth. Or it is basically driving novel practices like, the gender segregated ticketing and things that you have done to drive better understanding of just gender awareness. Can you share some insights into why you think this is important and some of the learnings that you've had from your pilots in India?
Thank you very much, and good morning to everyone. The learning, why doing it, right? What struck me first and foremost is that it's a question of safety and security, right? I have this number in my mind that around, based on a survey, around roughly 70% of women who use the public transport system feel unsafe, insecure, not nice, not a feeling that you would want to have when you venture out to go after your daily business. So we strongly believe that this public space, this transport system needs to be safe and secure for everybody. It's inconceivable why this would not be the same for all genders. So I think this should be one of our first and foremost driving forces. And behind that this mobility, being able to move around safe and sound and having the feeling of this security, will provide you with access, with better access, easier access, more affordable, economical access to the public space, to the public life, right? Which then would translate into you having access to more opportunities, right? For women to have a choice, have a wider and different choices that they can make. And a definition, or maybe the definition of poverty is lack of choice, right? So giving choices then also means enriching and empowering as such. And there we have seen this is quite difficult because there is often a lack of data, right? I mean, awareness is the one thing, and I'll come to that, but lack of data is often where it starts to give technical, but also decision makers, and particular decision makers, actually to give the hard figures and the hard facts that will, if I dare to say, not allow them to get away with the same old decision making, but also help to, at a technical level and then also at a communication level, to convince everybody why certain decisions need to go in a different way that they might have gone in the past. And everything sounds probably easy, and if we, or many of us, tell you all the wonderful and nice projects and the achievements that we are doing, this can never hide the fact how challenging and how complicated it actually is. And this very one small example from, since you've mentioned Kerala, we had a delegation from the ministry there, and in the discussions with men who were leading the association of rickshaw drivers, it was about, well, what about this small but we felt very meaningful initiative to have more women drive those rickshaws. And then they said, well, we have understood, right? It makes total sense for us, also from an economical sense, because a female driver attracts female passenger, and female passengers means more income, right? Which we don't have yet. But we simply don't find women who are willing and who are allowed by their family to take up this job, which means it is work that we need to do that goes way beyond a more technical counting, which woman, man, or transgender is going from A to B at what time and how often, to also touch other levels of our consciousness, of our traditions that we might have done in the past. Thank you.
Thank you. That's very interesting. Giving choices, empowering is what it's about. That's fantastic. Adriana, now coming to you. You have helmed WRI Mexico, WRI Colombia, and have delivered some fantastic, impactful programs in many places. From your experience in practice, can you highlight for us, the importance of gender equity in climate action broadly? And what are some of the initiatives that WRI has been part of towards building a better understanding of gender, basically gender awareness, and then mainstreaming action on it?
Okay. Thank you very much. It's a pleasure to be here. Well, I am one of those civil engineers in this that were taught. I was transport planner all my life, modeling, and actually learned that we had to plan for two kinds of trips, for work and for study. And there was no questioning about this. So it is a long way since I was in school, which is some time now, fortunately, that things have changed. But I have to say, we started WRI in India as a mobility program dedicated to air quality. That's how we started. And from these 17 years coming to India, lots of things have changed. And I would like to mention, in my point of view, three things. One, I came here with a very small WRI office, only me and Madhav and one more person to plan the office. Now there are 500 people, a lot of action in many cities in India. Second is we moved toward three pillars, but mobility is still the main one of them. There is also a very big change in the way we think about all environmental and all sustainability programs in WRI, where people, nature, and climate go together. So the integration of people has become much more important. And then the things about safety, about gender integration become so fundamental, because if we want a city where people can really work in the modes that are more climate friendly or more nature friendly, we also need this to be an empowerment of women and all that it can grow across all the population. So one of the very important things we have been doing is really try to accelerate learning across our own offices, but also with other organizations. I think one of the big things for us to move faster is really on accelerating knowledge sharing. So today I will come from the Latin America point of view. My experience, as you see, has been very much in Latin America, and a little bit of the research made and how we have found and what we are doing, but specifically then about the WRI. So the form that we move and experiment the city is really not neutral towards women and men. The access of women is very limited in Latin American cities, and the patterns are very different too. The election of the transport mode is fundamentally different, and we will talk a little bit more about this in a minute. And the factors, actually, this inequality factor is really worse for women than, every time we have any problem in income and woman is worse. If there is any problem in having access to transport modes, women are worse. So we will talk a little bit more about those things. So planning with gender perspective is absolutely key in our cities. So I think that our main work is trying to mainstream gender planning in all the modes, in all the transport modes. When we worked in mobility policy at the national level, it's a regulation at the national level. There we try to put the gender issues inside the agenda to be mandatory to all states. Of course, from having high-level legislation to really go into the state, creating state legislation and creating then a layer that is a layer of really implementing projects is a long way, but that's the way we have to follow. So this is one thing on policy. We have found that there are three key factors that are really restricting the access of women to the city. One is gender violence. In Latin American cities, 4,000 women are killed. There are feminicides. 4,000 women are killed every year just for being women. The roles and stereotypes, the responsibilities of women are really the responsibility of the care for the family and for the kids and for the elders. So their lives is really attached to the care culture, as you have been saying this. And then there is a lot more access to cars. You know, if you are in a house, the man gets the car, not the woman. So there are all these factors that are in culture on how women have certain roles in our society and inside their house that really change their mobility. So in consequence, because there are so many multiple responsibilities, poverty of time and poverty of money really affect women in a very strong way. The trip chains is a lot less distance, that we make shorter trips, all of us, or most of us, but in a shorter distance, but we really need the chains to be much more effective. It's not long term, it's not long distance, it's much shorter distance. And the other thing that has been found is that violence really changed the way women choose their transport mode. And this is also very significant. So just to have a few glances on this, why it's 74% of women in Mexico City make these short-term trips to solve issues around family and personal business, against 23% of those trips being made by men. So it's a large disproportion of women taking these these trips. Then in second way, we also use a lot more public transport, and we walk a lot more. So walking is a very important means of transportation. Taking children to school is basically walking. We still do a lot of walking for women. So making public space safer is absolutely key. And when we have made surveys, actually there are different ways where we have to really affect safety. A lot of what we have been working, because safety is such a big issue, is on making all the trip chain much safer. One is public space safer to house. This is actually where most of the unsafety happen. And then the second link is inside the buses or inside the mass transport. Inside the bus, a lot of what has been done, we have made a major survey in that. And what we found out is cameras really help. But then a secondary thing that's very important is actually the bus drivers. Usually they are people who are friends with the perpetrator, not with the woman. So training the bus drivers and making them feel that they are in charge of the security of their unit has been also a very significant point of action. And then there are many more interesting things to say, but just to leave it here is the importance of having women in the decision making. We have, in these years, really come to a much larger... When I started, frankly, I went to the Secretary of Mobility, and there were like 2, 3 women. They were all secretaries, but there was no one that was like a vice minister. Today, we have a very big change. Women have been really empowered in these functions. A lot of this is still related to mobility and to active mobility, to walking, but coming as a much stronger force. But we have to do a lot more, because having women in decision-making power in these ministries really have the perspective of women much more included. We have been very successful in general in most of, at least Colombia, Mexico, Brazil, and Peru a little bit, not so much, but also coming to a good place, on the Secretary of Mobility, on the Secretaries of Urban Development, not so much in the planning of the routes itself. Like the services is still it's still a world of men. So being able to start planning the services, planning the more operational issues with more women, it will also make a big difference. So there is a lot of policies, but I will leave there, Chaya. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Adriana, and I'm sure people from the audience will come and get all of you later to ask some more questions. But we have 5 more minutes, I think, before we close. So if there are any further audience questions, yes, please.
Hi, good morning. Hi, good morning. I'm Rahul, and I'm the managing director at Rice & House. We're a policy think tank and specialize in bilateral and multilateral cooperation as well as foreign policy planning. So now, by education and practice, I'm a gender and conflict guy. And something everyone has mentioned in this panel coincides with something I've experienced, especially in Afghanistan. Many problems that you associate with are actually related to the existing social norms. Policies are there, but social norms are missing. For example, one of my colleagues, I remember a year and a half back, Laghu, he introduced me to the concept on how Indian laws actually prohibit women from taking up employment as commercial transport drivers. So many of this are social norms that are creating barriers for women. How do you address social norms before actually framing policies to address these issues?
Is that directed to anyone in particular, or otherwise
Maybe
I'll
anyone
ask
can take
Dr. Madhurya, would you like to?
Well, social norms are very important because they are like the basic ground on which you build policy. It's like below the surface. And it's something like taken for granted that works like automatic pilot. So how do you address social norms and cultural change, I would say? There's a lot that can be done. From policy, you can steer public debate, you can use the social media, you can use publicity, you can use TV, you can use movies. You can do a lot from universities, because in universities you create knowledge, you create concepts, you create ways of looking at the world that also start triggering down in other areas of society. And then, of course, you need to work with the different agents or stakeholders, but it's a slow process, and sometimes societies, the culture of societies. My sign point on that is that cultures are very diverse around the world, and you need to build on the culture. I don't believe in westernizing or bringing Western liberal values everywhere just in any way. No, I don't think that's the way to do it. But understanding basic human dignity and human values and certain ideas of equality in how you, life choices, you said, that's a way of putting it, of how you can introduce ideas in society that bring greater respect to people that might be marginalized in different ways, within but rooted in what is specific to the culture. So it's not an easy thing, but I have seen it in my country. I have seen it happening quite quickly in not that many decades. The country has changed a lot in terms of cultural norms. And of course, legislation is very important. Legislation and what things are written into legislation. And this answers some other questions that, for instance, how to increase women's participation with like specific policies. We have in Spain now and also in Europe laws that guarantee that there is no gender discrimination, not even indirect discrimination. It's explicitly prohibited by European legislation, indirect discrimination. So you do a gender audit of any policy, and you identify how, not direct discrimination, but indirect, and it's explicitly prohibited. We also have legislation to support gender balance representation in decision-making positions. We have, and also in electoral lists, so political parties have to have men and women in balanced. Balance is understood as 40-60% of each gender. As maximum percentages. We have a legislation that to increase the participation of women in the labor force, because these are specific measures that contribute to social change and to social norms towards greater equality. Public procurement, governments spend many money in public contracts. So writing articles in public procurement that make companies to have a certain % of women in either in their overall workforce, on specific programs, or in decision-making, different ways. There are many different ways of writing some kind of gender balance participation in workforces that can be implemented through public procurement. And this is a really powerful tool. It's very much used in the US, by the way, also in Europe.
Thank you. Any other closing question? Yes.
Hello. Am I on? So first of all, it has been wonderful listening to all the speakers. I'm Ritika Sen from OMI Foundation. So my question was primarily directed towards the gender safety aspect that you brought in transportation, right? So from the vast and diverse experiences that we have on the panel today in the field, if you could comment on how do you actually, take measures to improve women's safety towards those, like how do you improve the accessibility towards those safety measures, while traveling? So we have a lot of safety measures, but how do you actually address the question of accessibility? So if you could comment from your past experiences or anything, so that would be great.
So safety measures while women are using mobility systems, how do you bolster them? I think, Adri, you mentioned one about sensitizing the drivers. Christian, do you want to respond to that?
Yeah, sensitizing drivers and also having female bus drivers, that was mentioned, and just the idea of having now using the revolution towards e-buses to also take another step and looking, okay, who is operating those machines, who is sitting there at the wheel, and taking up then responsibility for the unit. I mean, first and foremost, we take, I would call it this technical approach, right? You look, okay, how is the environment, right, the physical environment of this public space, and then it's very simple measures that often do wonders, right? Lighting the space, having light, having movement, not isolated bus stops where nothing is in and around accessibility. When it comes to stairs or high and low entry buses. So there is a lot which we might want to call low-hanging fruits that will help you. And another thing is then the awareness through campaigns, right? You need role models. You need somebody to do it first, second, and third, and somebody to go out there and show them, well, it can be done, because there is instances when either men or women haven't seen it and don't believe or wouldn't fail them that it's actually possible. And I don't know if the colleagues would like to add.
Adri, would you like to?
Yes, one thing is really the data and the analysis on where the problems are placed, because there are usually hotspots. It's like, it's not that in any metro station you have problems, it's that in certain dark places, in certain stations, there are problems. So one is really evaluating the first, there is a lot of work in the first mile, and then, because first mile usually is the most dangerous one, the bus stops is absolutely fundamental. Bus stops are a very big problem. You are there, you are standing and waiting, you are very vulnerable in a stop. So this is the one also we have to care a lot. And then inside, if it's a train or a bus, is completely different. One, if it's a train, really, the women really prefer that. Probably not only one car, because depending on the hour, maybe we could get a lot more sophisticated, because we get just one car, and usually if you have all the women, the woman's car can be in very bad shape. But usually prefer this into cars. But in buses, it's really taking care that there is camera and there is other layers of security, because this is where there is a lot more dangers. Also, a lot of new alert systems, a lot of technology being taken care. So there are many ways that when you plan for having a whole system that's safer, you are going to have a different result at the end.
I may
Yes,
add very
Dr.
shortly, because the first and last mile are such an important part, and most of the crimes occur there. The issue of the quality of public space, of streets, of sidewalks, the connectivity of the street system is so important. So I would say that investing in the quality of streets and sidewalks, it's key to improving safety. And there are a certain criteria for recommendation on how to do this with taking into account safety issues. It's very much studied, so this is not to invent anything, but the issue is really to have the possibility to invest in improving the quality of the street system.
Thank you very much. Yes, please.
Just 1 second, but I think it's important. Other thing that has been very important is to see that bicycles, when women are biking, is creating biking infrastructure is also very important. And when women bike in a city, this when it really shows that the city is getting much better in transportation. Because if you can bike, you feel safe in general in the city.
Absolutely. I see many more audience questions. Do we have any time at all? Or we can take one more. Yes, ma'am. Yes.
Good morning. I'm Sujata Sawant from HMRTC. I just wanted to ask, we have heard about that we have a separate coach in metros and trains, but is there anywhere in the world that we have a separate compartment for ladies and men in the bus?
Thank you. Can we take a couple more questions and then let's... Yes.
Ma'am, I'm a student from Terry Sass University. So my concern was that all these issues of safety nets and gender violence comes to the root of social ingrained things we are having in a society. So we do have a lot of legislations, a lot of NGOs working on safety nets and different techniques or technologies we can bring in. But what progress do we have in terms of social context, changing the mindsets and changing the social behavior of people that is the cause for this safety issues?
All right. Any other last question? That's it. So for those two questions, would anyone like to respond?
I will do the one on the spaces in the buses, yes. In Mexico, we have separate spaces in the buses. When we have articulated buses, the BRT, the first car is for women, the second car for men, no man can dare to enter the women's car because they are in problems. And also in generic buses, there are many. It really depends on the time. It's not constant, but many buses have like some seats in the front that are painted in pink, and those are for women. So there is a trial to really make women safer in buses. It's not in all buses in the city. The third option is really having buses only for women, but those have been proven not to be so efficient because if they wait for the service, it's like 5 buses for men, 1 for women, so the headways are not very good, and then they wait for a long time. So what we prefer is to split the space in the bus, but not to make the waiting time different.
Thank you. Anything on sort of social, how do you kind of improve the sort of social side of things so that there is reduced, I mean, you address the problem at the root cause where men are sensitized enough to not for women not to have issues in their commute and mobility?
Answering would probably be difficult, but for us, this, in terms of safety security, there is the more legalistic approach, right? Having regulations and what is allowed, what is not allowed, which can be enforced through more official law enforcement agencies, right? And then also, if need be, punished. So that itself is already a challenge for this to happen and be in place. And the other side is allow me to say, or call it the softer side of it, right? Like Adriana mentioned, well, be aware, man, if you enter in Mexico, the bus or the area that is reserved for women, but presumably the women will come after you, right? Meaning that, is it not also up to all of us to adhere to certain rules of the game and not in the own individual behavior, but also when we see somebody else behaving in a socially not acceptable, questionable, in the wrong way, basically. And how often we do that? How do we dare? And I think this is the place where we can start. We actually need to start without waiting for any authorities.
Can I add to this a couple of things? It's very important to integrate transportation with urban planning because you cannot have the engineering doing their infrastructure and managing their bus systems here if it's not integrated with urban planning, because one very important thing is informal surveillance, which is the presence of people and how the spaces are designed in ways that they foster use of people and eyes on the street as many hours as possible of the day and of the night if possible. So this issue of urban design and spatial design that I mentioned is very important. And then, so for informal surveillance, not only police, but also informal surveillance. And then the third one, which is a more basic layer, would be education. What you can do in education at schools, from primary to secondary to throughout the educational system, so that, and then other more informal ways, other different kinds of ways to influence public opinion, so that people, that you can start influencing this change in behavior.
Yes, so in US, for example, there is the concept of the CEPTED, which is that crime prevention through environmental design, where you bring in the designers. So with this, we've come to an end. What I would like to also say is that, you know, normally I travel from Bangalore. I live in Bangalore, and when I travel, when I go back, I look forward to my rides in the pink cab. These are lady-driven cabs that are at the airport. And there are some very interesting anecdotal stories. We get talking and, you know, that they tell us. And part of it is that, you know, for these women also, for the men in their family, whether it's their husband, brother, father, whoever, they have come to be sensitized about women's issue in the mobility sector as cab drivers, as users of mobility systems through their, through the women in their family who are now participating in the workforce. And now they are very sensitized and sensitive to the idea of what they have to face on a daily basis. And these cab drivers, I'll tell you, they are women who are driving cabs. There is drivers, two women who have owned their cabs, who are owning cabs, and they're like their own entrepreneurs. They call their own hours of when they want to drive cabs and so on and so forth. And every time I see them, it's a lot of joy and pride for me personally, and I just hope their tribe increases. So thank you very much for this wonderful panel, and I look forward to the audience interacting more with our panelists after the session. Thank you so much.
Thank you for such inspiring thoughts, and I hope the audience is very happy with the discussion today. We have two exciting launches to be done now, and also we will be inaugurating the exhibition post, and that's why I would request all the exhibition participants to head to the exhibition area. Now, yes, okay. So for this first launch of the day, I would now like to invite Mr. Christian Kaffesteiner, Project Director and Cluster Coordinator, Sustainable Urban Industrial Development, GIZ India, to launch the Women on the Move database.
This is actually really exciting, and one of the things you really want to do on a Monday morning, I tell you. Yeah, just a few questions, right? Have you ever struggled to interact women to enrich discussions that you have with their expertise around mobility? Have you ever struggled to connect experts and decision makers of different genders? For an event, have you ever had difficulties or have you ever found a tool that will allow you finding speakers, experts, like we had today, of various backgrounds that will allow you to disrupt this cycle of male-dominant panels, which we normally often have, or other kind of events? Well, if you have had these struggles and issues, then we might have something that will help you to overcome that. Namely, this 2 Hours Woman Expert database that will allow you to connect with, hopefully, we think, perfect non-male expert. The Women Experts database is a crowd-sourced platform excuse me, of women experts working in different areas as not only transport, but also energy, water, environment, climate, and urbanism in a more general way. And we have, with many of the partners, or actually all of them are listed up here on the panel, we have managed to set this database up, and we are very happy to launch it. And I hope you would be able to see now the the QR code that should come up so that everybody interested can not only look at it but also register. It's an open database accessible to all experts and event organizers with the goal to amplify the voices of women experts in Asia towards a sustainable development discussion and to promote equality, diversity in different kind of events, conferences, panels, expert talks, media appearances, advisory committees, management boards, you name it. So please check it out and sign up. Thank you.
Thank you, Christian. I request all the speakers to kindly stand up for a photograph. Pawan, would you please like to join the photograph? Please, please. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thanks again. I would now like to invite my colleague, Harshita Jamba, Program Manager, WRI-India, to launch the Equimobility Champions Program.
Hello. Okay. Hi. Today it is with great pride and enthusiasm that we introduce to you an initiative, one that aims to pave the way for an equitable future. I'm thrilled to introduce the Equimobility Champions Program for change makers that are the torchbearers of progress with a passion to lead, the courage to challenge, and the vision to inspire change. We understand that nurturing the potential of these champions is essential as we navigate the path to gender-inclusive transport systems. At the heart of this initiative is the recognition of the pivotal role played by mentors and supporters. Through mentors and support, we aim to not only empower individuals, but to ignite a ripple effect that reverberates throughout society. Over the course of this year-long program, WRI-India and its partners will work hand in hand with these champions. Aligned with the ethos of Uddeshya, the Equimobility Champions program is more than just a symbol of our shared commitment. It is a testament to the dedication of driving tangible change towards inclusive mobility systems. We'll now play a short video that captures a little more on the Equimobility Champions, and then we'll launch it together.
In a world where mobility is constantly evolving, it is critical to pave the way for a more inclusive future. Mobility is not gender neutral. There are several unique factors that govern women's mobility. For instance, women are time conscious as they tend to have more caregiving responsibilities that they integrate into their daily commute. They also prefer trip chaining and, if not regularly commuting, travel during off-peak hours to beat the crowds. The Equimobility Champions program aims to bridge this gap in urban mobility planning and infrastructure. It is a year-long program in which selected ambassadors, change makers, will be trained on gender-responsive mobility systems and receive the support to become leaders that are actively contributing to the sector.
Through this program, WRI-India and its partners will work with Equimobility change makers from 10 cities across India. The program will focus on empowering them in building gender-responsive mobility planning and will also provide support through mentorship and access to stakeholder networks in converting their ideas and bring them alive.
Join us on this journey. Apply to WRI India's Equimobility Champions program today and help us chart out the future of sustainable and inclusive urban mobility.
More information on the program will be soon available on the website, and we'll be sharing with all the participants. So thank you so much for this session and for the launch. We would now request all the plenary speakers to join us for the inauguration of our exhibition, where a wide array of projects is being displayed, which incorporate the gender lens in their planning and design. Please. How many? Yeah, about 20 organizations are displaying their work in the exhibition. So I would request everyone to please join to the exhibition. We'll be back here very soon in another 15 minutes to start our next session. So thanks, everyone.
Please join us for the exhibition launch. It's called Walking in Their Shoes, and it's extremely exciting to see the work done by NGOs. So if everyone could head to the Silver Oak lawns. Yeah, thank you. We'll help you find your way to Silver Oak lawns. Please come. We'll start.
Welcome back, everyone. I hope you enjoyed looking at the exhibition, and if you have not seen it yet, please do visit during the lunch break and various other breaks that we will have. Yeah, can I request everyone to please settle down at the back? Thank you. Okay, so welcome back to our next session. We are honored to host a fireside chat with Dr. Ines Sanchez de Madariaga, who is a renowned gender expert with vast global experience in government, academia, and international organizations. Dr. Madariaga will reflect on her experiences and provide valuable insights from her work. I would request you to please join us on the stage. In conversation with her, we have Dr. Uddeshya Chatterjee, Program Director at WRI-India. Uddeshya is an urban planner, researcher, evaluator, and educator. She sees her role as a bridge builder between communities of knowledge and practice, intersecting research, planning, and capacity building. Most recently, Uddeshya led the UN system-wide effort of developing global principles and guidance on public spaces for children as an international consultant to UNICEF, WHO, and the UN Habitat. Welcome, Uddeshya, for the chat.
Hi, hello everyone. It's exactly noon, so I guess it's okay to say good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Okay, so it's really an absolute pleasure to introduce you, Dr. Ines Sanchez de Madariaga again. She was in our opening panel, but I'll just give a little bit more detailed introduction to her work. Of course, she's a pioneer in the field of gender equality and urban planning with more than 2 decades of experience. She's also been instrumental in developing a lot of work around gender-responsive approaches in urban development and STEM, which is very interesting. Of course, she's well known for her work on mobility of care, which she spoke on in the opening panel, but she's currently also the UNESCO Chair on Gender in Science, Technology and Innovation, where she collaborates with stakeholders across 40 countries to promote gender equality in research and innovation. She has authored over 10 books and 40 research papers and publications, contributing to a wide-ranging topics across gender mainstreaming in urban planning, environmental sustainability, STEM, education, among others. But her work actually also extends beyond academia. She has led several influential initiatives and networks, including the advisory group on gender issues to the executive director of UN Habitat and the COST Gender Science, Technology and Environments Network. And she has also been a key contributor to transatlantic collaborations, such as the EU-US Gendered Innovations Project and the European Commission Helsinki Group on Gender in Research. So please join me in welcoming Dr. Madariaga with a warm round of applause. Okay, so in the opening panel, you already briefly touched upon your work and how you got onto this whole mobility of care. So maybe, I was going to ask you about it, but now I won't. But maybe what you could tell us is how this way of conceptualizing the value of thinking about gender in transportation planning has contributed to rethinking this space, and what kind of processes has been used, particularly in Spain, in adopting mobility of care thinking.
Well, thank you so much for your very, very kind introduction. I started working on gender in planning maybe 30-something years ago, when I was a student in New York City. I was there on a Fulbright grant at Columbia University. I saw there was an issue on women in architecture, and the first key books by Dolores Hayden on gender and planning. Gender was not a word used at the time in the early 80s, in the mid 80s. It was women. Gender was not the term used. This came a bit later. You see, the use of words, it's very important to understand how they come in and how they transform the ways of looking and understanding in a particular field. And then when I came back to Spain and I started working for the region of Madrid, I was able to organize a seminar with the General Director of Planning. And when I became a professor in 99, the first thing I did was to ask for funding to do research on women in planning and women in architecture. So that was the first research done in Spain in academic terms. And I published a book, which was the first book published in Spanish, addressing the whole spectrum in a systematic way, dimensions of gender in planning and the built environment, including transportation. When I said urban planning, I include transportation within urban planning. I think it's a branch of urban planning, and I think it's very important. I know in practice it is not so much, particularly in the way institutions are organized, but conceptually and academically in the way to understand what the reality is and how policies should be implemented. I see it as an integrated. And so transport planning is part of urban planning. So I did first this academic work, seeing what was being done, what was being researched in 4 languages. I collected all the publications. I studied it. I did states of the art, identified good best practices around the world. And specific countries in which that were more advanced, like the city of Vienna or the Scandinavian countries for facilities for attending to the elderly and young children. And after that, I was called by the Minister of Housing to be in her cabinet, and that was in the year 2005. I was 2 years in the Ministry of Housing, and it was a key moment in Spanish advancement towards greater gender equality. We had a feminist prime minister, a man prime minister who was a feminist, and he had the first gender equal cabinet of ministers, half and half, women and men. And he set in place, he and his ministers, including my minister, there was a whole set of legislations, key legislation. One of them was the gender equality law, and another was the land use law, the 2 laws that are relevant for us here today. And in my position in the cabinet of the minister, I was able to write articles in these 2 laws addressing gender dimensions in infrastructure and urban development and housing in a crossway. So gender into the land use law and land use and service and infrastructure issues into the gender equality legislation. That was at the national level. It was the year 2007. And simultaneously, through European legislation, there was a different strand of relevant regulation coming, which was the regulation addressing gender impact statements. Gender impact statements were put into European legislation following the Treaty of Amsterdam of '98, and they were translated into Spanish legislation in 2003. So, and that was a national legislation requiring that all public regulations have a gender impact statement. So, in Spain, urban development plans are regulation. They have the value of a law. So this means that you can interpret this law as gender impact statement being compulsory for urban development plans. At the local municipal level, which is the key, but also sub-municipal level, neighborhood level, also regional level. And so from 2007, when I wrote these things into national legislation, to 2016, nobody cared about this. It was in the legislation, but of course, only some very progressive people in some cities and regions, mostly the Basque country in northern Spain, less so Barcelona, even if it's more famous internationally, but there's no comparison, and some others, but most people didn't care at all. But then in the year 2006, and this was concurrent with the Me Too movement, there were several courts decisions canceling several municipal urban development plans for not having a gender impact assessment. So this totally changed the conversation. So suddenly gender, from when I had been working on gender since the year 99, and in my university they thought I was crazy. And even people were saying that I was mad because I was working on these unimportant things on women. This is not important. She's mad. We don't. But then in 2016, everybody wanted to know what care was, what gender in planning was, what a gender impact assessment of a plan could be, because they were afraid that their municipal plans would be cancelled, as several had been. So at that point, everything changed, and I was back at university. I had been back in government from 2010 to 2014, 5 years, advising the Ministry of Research for these 10 projects that you mentioned. And so in 2016, I was back in university, and then I started getting all these calls and commissions by so many different levels of government and public corporations. The biggest private developer in Spain, belonging to the main Spanish bank, which was developing a very big development project in northern Madrid, the size of Canary Wharf in London. They called me to help them design and to draft the gender impact assessment. So that was the key turning point. And from that, so many things came that we can talk now if you want.
Sure. Really, really fascinating. So this is one project that you mentioned, but are there examples that you can think of in cities in Spain as well as in other places where this whole gender responsive mobility systems have been effectively implemented? And what were the specific impact of those projects, and if any lessons can be drawn from them for other cities?
Yes. Well, I will mention like 3 things, 3 or 4. The first thing relates to the physical design of stations. I was asked by ADIF. ADIF is the National Railway Company, belongs to the Ministry of Transportation. It's a private corporation of public law, but it's public. It works with private law, but it's public. And they own all the train stations, the high-speed included, and all the railways around the country. So in the year 2018, in this case, it was me who reached out to them, but they said yes. So I proposed to them that they did 3 pilot projects in 3 stations of different size and different urban locations. And these pilots would be to work together with the engineering and architectural teams that were working in either the renovation or the construction of these stations and segments of railways on the surface, to include gender issues in the design of the project. And so we did these 3 projects. We finished it during the pandemic. We started in 2019 during the pandemic. We finished them. And from this experience, we extracted a set of issues to be included in the public procurement for the contracts of new design of train stations by this company around the country. So we extracted a number of issues, like 8, 9 issues to look at in the design of the projects, some issues about procedure, including the requirement that there is a gender expert in the team. And gender expert has to have her or his main qualification as an architect or an engineer, not a social science degree, because if you are not an architect or an engineer, you don't know what design is and how to work on the design of train stations. But you had to demonstrate either through education that you had an additional gender education, or a certain experience on addressing gender in built environment projects. So these were included into all the procurement for new projects progressively since the year 2001. And as of today, more than 200 of projects of train stations in Spain include these requirements, and these sort of topics and gender expertise is brought into the design of train stations. I must say that not because you are a woman you know about gender. So it's not enough to be a woman, and also men can know about gender. So gender expertise is a requirement independently of promoting gender balance in decision making, and independently of promoting gender balance in technical teams. You need to both things, equal participation of women, or try to aim at increasing women's participation, but also to have gender expertise. So that would be one. A second experience, I would say, would be urban mobility plans, including service to quantify mobility of care. We did that for the city of Irun, which is a city in the border with France, in the Basque Country, and we did a mobility of care survey, and they, into their sustainable urban mobility plan, they included a number of issues addressing what were the results of this study. You see, again, a comment on what we were discussing first. Getting the right data, empirical evidence, sound evidence is very important for sound policy making. You cannot really do good policy making if you don't have good data and good information on what you are doing, on what the policy expectations also could be. So that's the second one. Then I would say a third one in the province of Gipuzkoa. Gipuzkoa is a part of the Basque Country. It's a province, so it has like 3 main cities and many rural areas and smaller towns. It has, and they have a very great fare system. Fare and pricing is very important for women because women have smaller economic means to access transportation. I know you have free buses here for women. In the Basque Country, they have an integrated pricing system that with the same card, you can use urban buses, inter-urban buses, the national trains that go through those cities, and also the regional trains, and even the metro systems of the capitals in the nearby provinces. One single card, and they do social policy through the pricing because it has a segmented way of paying for the trips. The more you travel, the less you pay, and you can get up to 90% discount if you use it a lot. And also, if you have certain personal or familial income characteristics, you can get discounts. So this is a really interesting other aspect of things that we have done. Of course, we do safety exploratory audits following the criteria and the methodology developed in Canada by our colleagues in Montreal and Toronto so many years ago, 30 years ago. And we have adapted it to our context, and we add a layer of intersectionality to it. And this is to know in qualitative terms what are the realities of specific groups of women in specific neighborhoods. We did this in the surrounding neighborhoods to this very big project in the north of Madrid.
Nice. Could you talk about some of the funding mechanisms or any kind of innovations in financing that enables a lot of these kind of development or gender responsive transportation projects to take off and sustain themselves, especially in areas where that may not be very resource efficient or may not have the kind of resources that's needed to mainstream a lot of this data-driven work. So, yeah, so, and especially with a view to long-term sustainability, what are the kind of funding mechanisms that work?
Well, I think that this is very context-specific, and countries like India, you get funding from organizations supporting development, like GIZ or the World Bank. In Europe, all these policies have become mainstream. So it's part of budgeting. So I would say that a key tool that we use is gender budgeting, which is also required by Spanish legislation. When I was working in the Ministry of Science, I was some part of my responsibility, in addition to drafting the gender equality plan of the ministry. I have drafted quite a few gender equality plans, also of the Ministry of Transportation. But when I was in the Ministry of Science and Innovation, I was also responsible for drafting the gender assessment of the budget of the ministry. And so you would see which items in the budget are addressing women or gender issues directly, and then which ones are not explicitly, but might have an impact. And so this is a way to see, because, and then this is also very much linked to having structures in government that have the capacity to implement these policies, because the gender budgeting has to be done inside by someone who knows about gender and who has that specific responsibility in collaboration with the people who work in preparing the budget every year in the ministry. So having a gender equality unit is a very important part of this process in the Spanish, in what we have been doing in Spain. But as I say, in Spain, it's part of the decision-making policy of drafting budgets in ministry, which is a political process in which this is a political process that lasts quite a few months, and when there is a political interest in supporting gender equality policies, some funding gets into this. And one example of at some periods in Spain, this has had more political support and has even meant the creation of a ministry for women or gender equality. The name has changed. And when there's a ministry, this ministry has specific funding. And we have had a very much increased funding when we have had a ministry. And now with the pandemic, there has been another interesting source of funding in Europe is European funds. But the way they are designed and whether they get attached strings for addressing gender or they explicitly address gender, which is the two ways you influence. And then there's a third one. There are universal policies that are not explicitly nor indirectly addressing gender that in fact do have a greater gender impact many times than explicit policies. I would say, for instance, pension policy, where everyone gets a pension, that when this is universal, this has a great impact on women. And it's not a policy. Then you have to add the layer of it has to be gender responsive, gender sensitive, and you need to address in which ways this can have different impacts between men and women, because through their working life cycle they have worked more, so you also need to look at that indirectly. But as a universal policy, at a certain point in time when this became instaured in Spain in the 1980s, it had a really great impact in supporting gender equality. So you see, and then coming back to the European funds, with the pandemic, there has been a lot of funding for resilience. They call it resilience fund, and also to get people back into using transportation, public transportation. This funding had explicit gender requirements. For once, it's not the normal thing, so that's also a pretty recent evolution, because in Europe, gender as a policy was very much limited to issues of equal rights, because it also depends on the, Europe doesn't have competence on cities. So it also depends on what capabilities each level of governments. We have a principle of subsidiarity. But when some funds for specific areas come and they can have great impact on cities, if they come with gender criteria attached, which was the case with the funds during the pandemic, this can have a very significant impact. I still have to see if this has happened or not, because I have strong doubts that with the speed with which this has been managed, because the timeline was so short, I don't think they were really able to really do it as much as this funding mechanism would have allowed. But it's still too soon to know.
In fact, when you talk about impact, I was just wondering that this work has been happening from 2000, early 2000 onwards. What have you seen as the most tangible change on the ground, particularly for women? I mean, a lot of attempt at mainstreaming, but has it transformed lives? has it moved from mainstreaming to transformation?
Well, you mean in urban settings?
Yes, in urban settings.
Urban settings are slow to change. They change slowly. People's lives change much faster than urban structure. And of course, service provision can change faster also than urban infrastructure. But I have seen, for instance, another area that I work on is housing. And I have seen that in the housing area, we are now very well aware, and during the pandemic, when houses became cities, so everything was condensed in the space of the home. So it's like everything that you do around the city, you had to do in your living room and something in your home. I have seen in Spain that now there's a very clear awareness that there's a gender dimension to housing design, about how housing, the typologies of housing, the relationship between rooms, the way that you can do domestic tasks within the house, and that there is a very diverse typologies of households. About half of our households are 1 or 2 people, and nuclear families are about a third. So the structure of the households does not fit at all the typology of our housing supply. And this now everybody understands it. And there's a lot of policy going on into this area, for instance.
Well, thank you so much for that. I'm sure I would love to ask you many more questions, but I would like to open it up to the audience now, because I know many people would like to have a chance to ask you questions. Yes. Yes, let's take 2-3 questions together.
Just wanted to understand the structure of the gender equality unit. Is it only at the national ministry level, or is it also at the provincial and city levels? And are they, which was formerly the Office of Coordination for Women in Vienna, formally, does it play that role? Does it look at each and every project or policy and looks at how gender is incorporated? Last, having one gender expert can influence design, but we also have employment and gender parity in employment in traditional sectors, as well as behavior change communications. How are these two being addressed?
Well, regarding gender balance in employment and in decision making, this is regulated in the gender equality legislation. And we have a requirement that all appointed positions in the public sector are 40-60 balance. And for the private sector, it's not compulsory, but it's recommended and it's written into the law. And then in indirect ways, this legislation impacts in the private sectors through the creation of a certificate of quality, by which there's a recognition for companies that have greater gender equality. There's a requirement that companies over 200 employees have a gender equality plan in place. This is compulsory. And also universities, for instance, it's also compulsory to have a gender equality, and all ministries, all government departments as well. So this regarding gender equality. And then regarding gender expertise, there is a requirement that all ministries have a gender equality unit, but then ministries locate this unit in different positions. When I was in the Ministry of Science, the unit was in the cabinet of the ministry. It was at the highest level. But I was the highest ranking gender equality officer, not only in Spain, but in Europe. That's why I was able to lead the integration of gender dimensions into the European Research Framework Program in 2012. So some ministries locate this unit in less high positions, which means they are safer in terms of when there's a renovation of the ministry. Normally, ministry cabinets go with the minister. I was kept, which is very unusual, but normally they go with the ministry. But when the unit is located lower in the hierarchy, it's more stable. But it has less capacity to act, because it doesn't have access to the whole ministry. It's more limited to the specific area in the ministry in which they decided to be located. And this changes a lot, because the location of the unit in ministries is not specified in the legislation. But then now for regions, because we have a 3-tier level of government, or in some four, we have the national, we have the regions. We're a quasi-federal state in terms of regions. So some regions have implemented very important gender equality policies through either an Institute of Women, Regional Institute of Women. The national government has an Institute of Women as well, separate from the gender equality units in each ministry. And the Institute of Women does specific policies for women. So many regions also have an institute for women, and some have it in the form of a general directorate, which is part of the bureaucratic structure. This has certain different impacts in terms of how it works and the impact your work can do, whether it's an institute or a general, or you're part of the bureaucracy. And then some regions have gone much farther than that. They have gender equality offices per each of the regional. They're called consejerías. They are like little regional ministries. And they have gender equality units in different regional ministries, and even at lower levels, regional departments. So the Basque Country, for instance, which for me is the best region in Spain in doing any kind of gender policy, they have so many gender officers throughout the hierarchy. And then at the provincial level, it's the same. Some provinces have gender equality departments. And then at the municipal level, municipalities are organized in local councilmen, I don't know how you call them here. And there's always a counselor for gender equality. But this gender equality counselor has its area of social policy. It does not, the infrastructure and planning guy and transport guy is or normally a guy, and it's not very easy to influence, was not. But now they are starting to, also because there are starting some women also getting in these positions. So you see, it's also diverse, but we have a whole range of institutionalization of gender expertise into the bureaucratic structure.
Hi, good afternoon. I'm Harshita Kaur from Terry. Being an architect and urban planner myself, I got fascinated when you talked about the gender impact statements in urban development plans. And in land use laws, you have talked about gender guidelines. So if you could please highlight certain points which are foundational to the assessment of gender sensitivity in statutory laws and plans like that, spatial plans like that.
Well, the content of gender impact statements is not specified in legislation. There are a number of recommendations. You know, this comes from gender environmental assessments. And in the urban realm, they were implemented in the 1980s in the Netherlands, but this is gone totally. And in Spain, the way we're doing, depending on the type of plan that we are asked to do the gender impact assessment, we develop a specific methodology, because plans come in different shapes and sizes and colors, and it has to be tailored. But of course, you need to assess the key areas that the plan deals with. Transportation, housing, employment, public space, facilities, services, and then depending on what the kind of plan that you are assessing, you need to see what the legislation in this particular place allows you to do with this particular piece of instrument. And then see whether the specific plan you're assessing, sometimes there's a problem with data. For instance, when we did the assessment of Madrid Nuevo Norte, which is this very big, they had done a wonderful transportation study, and guess what? The data was not sex disaggregated. So we had to do an analysis, a spatial analysis, but we couldn't do it a statistical analysis. So we did for the region of Extremadura a technical annex to their land use legislation, very systematic, with a manual explaining how to implement it, and this gives many tips of what are the things that you should be looking at. Of course, again, very contextual. For instance, an urban plan here would have to look at things that maybe in Spain you wouldn't, and vice versa.
Okay, so one last question.
Students? Okay. Looks like we're covered.
Okay. Okay, so thank you so much, Ines, for being with us today and sharing your deep, deep expertise. And I'm sure many of us will be, talking to you over lunch. And it's just been an immense pleasure. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for this enriching discussion and also taking us through the nuts and bolts of how to incorporate gender in the urban governance. Thank you so much. May I request both of you to please stand for a picture? Thank you so much. We'll start our next panel discussion in a few minutes. We'll just set up the stage and start the next panel discussion.
Input that you provided. And I think we will try our best to request our district program officers to independently on. Yeah, that's what I'm saying, that we
So our next panel discussion focuses on shaping inclusive mobility in cities. And for this, I would like to invite our speakers. The first speaker for this panel is Shri Shahzad Alam, IAS, Special Commissioner, Department of Transport, Government of Delhi. Thank you, sir, for joining us. Shri Shahzad Alam is an IAS officer of 2019 batch and is serving as a distinguished post of Special Commissioner in the Transport Department of Delhi. He overlooks at the implementation of transport works in Delhi. Some of the major works that took place under his supervision include enhancing gender-inclusive last-mile connectivity, electric bus adoption with electrification of depots, implementation of fast-tracking vehicle system, and women driver induction and training system. Our next speaker is Helena Busingdal, Project Co-Lead and International Advisor, Norwegian EV Association. Helena has worked as an association's representative in several national and international research and policy projects. She has a master's degree in political science from the University of Oslo. Welcome, Helena. The next panelist for the day is Malika Arya, Campaign Manager, Purpose. She brings together her experience from education sector along with advocating behavior change through communications and psychology. She has previously worked on self-started campaign as well as helped WWF Australia design their national campaign for single-use plastics. She holds a Master of Sustainability degree from the University of Sydney, Australia. I would also like to invite Mr. Alok Mukherjee, Manager Transport from WRI-India. Alok's recent work at WRI-India has included researching and improving multimodality and last-mile connectivity to Indian metro rail systems, along with policy work designed at correcting distortions in funding and taxation structures for Indian public bus systems. To moderate this session, I would like to invite Dr. Kalpana Vishwanath, co-founder and CEO SafetyPin, to join us on the stage. Kalpana has over 20 years of experience in working on issues of gender and urbanization with several organizations including UN Women, UN Habitat, and Jagori, amongst others. She has led large global projects and provided technical support on women's safety to several cities. She is the chairperson of Jagori, a board member of International Center for Prevention of Crime, and she was also part of committee that prepared a report on women's safety in Delhi for the city government. Welcome all the panelists. We were also going to be joined by Dr. Jivisha Joshi Gandopadhyay, Deputy Secretary, Ministry of Commerce and Industry. She was going to join us virtually, but she has been called for a meeting, as we understand. So she'll join us as she's back from that. But request Kalpana to please start the session.
Thank you, Madhura. And thank you, WRI, for organizing this great panel. I've enjoyed the morning sessions, and I think it really follows well from the fireside chat, because some of the issues that Ines brought up in the context of Spain and Europe, I think it's also interesting to see what is the kind of, we know now it's been more than a decade or so that issues of gender inclusion, gender responsive urban planning, mobility, transport planning, has become something that different stakeholders in India are looking into. You know, it's not something that, I do remember when we did our early safety audits, what Ines were talking about, we started doing it in 2003 in Delhi. And actually that time it was very little understanding of the gendered nature of urban infrastructure, urban mobility, transport planning. And I think we have come quite a way, because I see many city governments, many transport authorities and others who are taking very innovative and far-reaching steps towards building gender inclusive, gender responsive, gender friendly, I think infrastructure and mobility planning in our cities. I think it's also important that, you know, before I hand over to the panelists, to look at, to understand that, you know, gender is not, it cannot be seen as a homogeneous way of looking at an identity. And I think even if we're looking at including women at this point, which I think the focus is of this conference. I think we do recognize that different women have different locations. So really, if you are a woman living in a low-income neighborhood, and the kind of public transport needs that you have may be very different from someone who is able to have her own vehicle, or someone who can afford even the metro on a daily basis. And I think, things like free transport for women, they've been, I think, discussed, they've been controversial, but I think it's very significant because it's putting at the center of discourse the need to address the inequality and the inequities. And I think that is, we began, of course, with this reservation for women and the metro. And I know that was, even at that time, there was a lot of controversy about it. Then there were things like women's trains. There was one time, I remember, women's train from Palwal to Delhi, which a lot of working women were using, and there was a controversy about that. Similarly, now on the free bus ride, there will be a controversy about it. But I think it's an interesting one to take forward and to discuss. We know there have been things like gender sensitization for transport staff across in many cities that has taken place. So I think the importance of this panel, which I'm finding very significant, is that very different stakeholders are sitting here. We have the government, we have the transport department, and the Delhi Transport Department, which is a huge portfolio, because Delhi transport includes a whole lot of different kinds of mobility options. But we also know two things: that Delhi has a reputation of being an unsafe city. I say reputation because I think that, as we're getting data, we see that many cities in India women face sexual harassment around public transport. But we also know Delhi is the city which has taken a lot of steps towards addressing some of this, and I think we are very interested to hear some of these. But we also have private sector, and we have the EV Association, I think, which is important because how do we bring, because that is one, and I know the morning panel also addressed it, but there is a whole debate and discourse on electrification, on climate, on greening. And then there is the narrative and discourse on inclusion. And unless we bring these two together, they're going to be running parallelly. And I do appreciate that the WRI has brought these two together, because I think you cannot say that we'll do this, we'll do that, and we'll bring it together later. We have to bring it together while we're doing, making those changes on the ground. And so we also have Malika, who's looking at campaigns. How does civil society participate in this? How do we use art and culture to bring about some of these changes? And finally, we have Alok from WRI, who, of course, they have done many interesting initiatives. Many of us have partnered with WRI over the years to look at different kinds of inclusion and gender and responsive mobility systems, infrastructure. Because when you talk about mobility, it's not just the actual bus or the metro, but it's also the infrastructure around it. So for example, if we look at bus depots, if we have bus depots that have no women's toilets or no usable women's toilets, already the impact on women is going to be seen. And we know that the Delhi government, like many other governments, have started recruiting women to be in the mobility sector, in the transport sector. In 2005, when we began working on this, I remember DTC told us that we keep advertising for women to join, but they never join. And when we did a few surveys, we found out that there were actually no women's toilets in the depots. So how were women drivers supposed to join and become part of the transport sector if something as basic as a public toilet is not available? So I think, I do think we've come a very long way, and I think I'm going to first ask Mr. Alam. First of all, thank you so much for being part of this. And if you could share some of the key initiatives that the Delhi government has taken. We know there are many, from reservation of seats to free bus transport to inducting women into the bus service. So I'm going to hand over to you first, share some of the key initiatives, but also the challenges that you faced in trying to make Delhi and Delhi transport more gender responsive. Over to you, sir.
Hello. So I will start with, because when women will be the part of the transportation system, then only it will going to make change. And we had started with e-autos. Like e-autos, we had opened around 5,000 permits, but we mandated that at least 1,200, it should be the women driver. We will issue permit to the new autos only when it will be driven by a woman. What we got from data that in past 2 years, we could deploy only 150 out of 1,200. And that is the assurance from my side that we are not going to dilute that figure. That figure is going to continue the same 1,200, and we will increase more in the future. That this is the target we are setting, that this much number should be driven by women. And and we need to take all steps, we need to take all possible area of improvement so that women could be motivated to drive these e-autos. Because when women will be on the driver's seat, then it will be more, the whole transportation system automatically will become gender responsive. The reason is that because the women who will ride on those autos will feel more secure. The women, the income will increase of their family. So this is one, through this platform, I want to tell all of you that to note this number, that 1,200 of e-autos we have already floated, and we are at just 150, we have onboarded women driver. So the number is not as per our expectation, and if this rise, if we will able to achieve this 1,200, we will increase it more in the future. This is regarding the last mile connectivity with the auto segment. Now coming to the bus drivers driven by the women, Delhi government is very much open, and now, as you all may be aware, that our bus procurement is through GCC model, gross contract cost model based on weight leasing, where we procure bus along with the drivers. So now if the driver wants to be on the bus, if the driver means, there will be not all those bureaucratic process of recruitment and all. If we can motivate, if the Tata Power or Tata Motors and JBM or PMI, these bus providers or the concessionaires could be made part of this, then the induction of women driver will be much easy as compared to the previous process where we have to hire them through or we have to recruit them through the process of recruitment. So this is one thing, but again at that point there is not much uptake, but from the government side all those bureaucratic hurdle is not at present there. And the third segment where we have started is the women driver in the cab aggregator. The cab like Ola, Uber and all those. And in 2022, we have started trainings for the women driver, and we have targeted around 1,000 trainings for the women driver. But what is more important is that department can provide training to women for driving cab, but it will not ensure their employability. And that's why the inclusion or the involvement of the cab aggregator like the Ola, Uber and all those are very important, because until unless they will not be the part, there will be no assurance that those women driver who we will provide training will continue and will continue for long. So these are the three segments on which we have to work. From the government side, there is no bureaucracy, means we are all open, and for e-autos, e-bus and e-cab. These are the three segments and three different ways in which we should see, and we should start inducting more women drivers, and more women all those organizations who are working toward this gender responsiveness should start to strategize some way or some mechanism to ensure that more women are coming. Because we have we have issued LOIs as well for 545 drivers, women driver, but not much have converted into actual registration of the vehicle. So from government side, this is something that all those bureaucracy we have done away with. And now this space is very much open. And this is important for government as well. I will give you example that Delhi government has done a subsidy or a free pink ticket bus for the women traveling. This is one thing. Like we are spending around 350 crore each year for subsidizing this scheme. But if the bus is being driven by a male, what is happening? Sometimes we see and sometimes we find we get complaints of apathy that if some woman is stopping the bus, he will not stop the bus at the bus stop and he will just move away. So this is also one problem which we are facing. There is a lack of sensitization among the driver as well, that they do not stop the bus when it is being stopped by a woman, because वो सोचते हैं ये तो free का है. Means they don't have to pay for it, but there is a lack of sensitization. And in that case, if a bus is being driven by women, then it will be very effective, and they will be more sensitized for that fact. So this is also very important to make this scheme as well successful. The pink ticket which we have floated for means public transport bus. Apart from that, means women means in our different RTO offices and all, we have made all those facilities for women. But this is the segment. Means for me, gender responsiveness, if I see, it means inclusion of more and more women driver. That is the one parameter if we will set for ourselves, and if we will fix for ourselves, then that is something which we can even benchmark, which is something which you can even quantify that this is much we have achieved. So this is something which is quantifiable as well. Like if we can, from here I am setting, and if I am saying that 150 autos and means in autos or buses, and this much number figure is today, where we are standing 1 year after this, or after all the efforts of all the who are involved. So this is one segment in which we should work. The second segment is the women's safety. Women's safety in DTC and the cluster buses, we have installed cameras. Cameras are working fine, but there is the issue of panic button. Like the panic buttons are not much effective as much as it should be. So we need to find out some mechanism of a smartphone based or some means more kind of rigorous analysis or some discussion around this women's safety, where means either panic button through a smartphone or through a device installed in the buses, or through whatever mechanism or best practices from across the world which we can adopt. This is the second segment on which we need to work, and where we should put our effort. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I think it is so heartening to hear the Transport Department speak with such a strong, I would even say feminist perspective towards, I think, including women. And I will come back to you, Mr. Alam, with some more questions, specifically regarding how do you increase the number of women? Is it policy alone that will this thing? But I'll ask you later. We can go down to some of the other speakers. I'm going to go to Helen next to ask her, because I think this is another very interesting sector that we need to look at. Thank you very much for joining us. And as part of the Norwegian EV Association, we know that you've shared that you have a very large pool of drivers, and you have addressed the issue of inclusion in different ways. And I think the numbers, which Mr. Alam is talking about, is a very important aspect of inclusion, right? Because if you can actually increase the number of women, many things start to change. It's not just the number, right? I mean, for example, we all know about just the design of, say, our buses, design of other infrastructure has taken sort of a standard male as the norm. So as women, earlier I think this has been changing, but there were many airbags that were not designed in ways that would have protected us if it had to be used. We know that when you sit in many places, including on a flight, that little thing that you're supposed to rest your neck on is way much higher, and it's actually quite uncomfortable for women. So I think it's also looking at standards of design and infrastructure that we need to look at when we talk about this thing. So I think, Helen, if you could share how you have increased the number of women, how do you, as an organization, how do you address gender inclusion, gender responsive, but also how do you work towards a more diverse workforce and truly bringing about a gender equitable transport and EV, because I know EV is part of it, but EV is part of a larger transport. So I'm sure you have other ways that you interact with other forms of transport. So over to you to answer some of these questions initially. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Yes, so we are a civil society organization organizing over 120,000 EV drivers. So they are private people driving an EV or owning an EV. And our goal is to make sure that we electrify transport as soon as possible to the better of our climate and environment. So that is at our core. And we have organized this community of EV drivers to have this consumer voice in the e-mobility policy discussion, because we see that with this new technology, it is nice for people to come together and be able to voice their challenges, to address misconceptions that often come in this area of work. And today we are 50 full-time employees working in the organization on behalf of EV drivers in Norway, and 45% of us are female. So we have a big female workforce in Norway, which is great, because I think for many of us, seeing is believing. So my boss is female, our spokespersons are female in the organization, which makes it possible for people to relate to another part of this diversity in mobility. Because in traditional mobility, we still struggle a lot with very low gender diversity. In the EV or in mobility industry in Norway, only 9% of the workforce are female. So this is something that we are trying to address a lot. Already from the beginning, getting female students into the right kind of education, so that we make sure that the workforce is skilled in both genders. And on a general basis, we also know that women in Norway are in general a little bit more interested in the climate and environment topics than men are. So this is a great chance to really grasp this and get women included in the mobility space in our country as well. But only 30% of our members are women. And this is something that we are targeting, how to improve this and reach out to the community of not only men, and get more female drivers in our organization. So one thing we do is that we map our members through a huge yearly survey, and of course include the gender as one of the questions, to be able to aggregate and separate the data so that we know what the different needs might be, and that we are able to address that in our work for our EV drivers. And we also work a lot with media, with the news outlets in Norway, but also with general press, and we always try to get people at the forefront of what we are talking with news and media about. And when we do that, we always try to get someone from our membership that are representative of some sort of diversity to be a face for others to inspire. So that is definitely important. And I think on the government side in Norway, there are definitely big steps that are being made to ensure more of female representatives in the different sectors of our country. So last year, the Norwegian government actually adopted as the first country in the world a mandatory 40% of female representatives in all boards of the private sector, which is a huge step. And big organizations in Norway are more than 50 employees. So this will have a big impact in our country. And to also just very shortly address the equity part that you also talked about, because, you know, in Norway as well, four-wheelers, owning that is for a high-income part of the population. We don't have too much three- and two-wheelers. We have a lot of good public transportation, so we are quite fortunate with that. And one of the ways we have funded public transportation in Norway is through having toll rings surrounding the bigger cities on the main roads. So people driving cars pay a toll fee, and that fee is used to fund public transportation in the bigger cities. So the car owners are joining in to fund public transportations in the cities, which I think is an important part of an inclusive mobility, especially in the cities.
Thank you very much. I think it's interesting. I mean, you said Norway is 9%, but we know even globally, the number of women in the transport sector is very low, it's well below 25%. So this is clearly a global problem, and I think like many other arenas which were very male-dominated, I think very concrete and intentional steps need to be taken to make them more gender diverse, because it's not going to happen merely by reservation or by other factors, but we know we need to do a lot more. And I think one of the points you brought about, you know, when the cars are subsidizing or funding the public transport, I think it's a very, very interesting point. And because, you know, for example, when we talked about the free pink tickets, a lot of criticism was about who's going to pay for this. But the amount of money that is spent to subsidize the car user in our roads, we don't quantify it. The amount of highways and flyovers that are being built, it is for the car user. The amount of the cheap parking that we have in most Indian cities, right? This is not the case in many parts of the world. So, you know, when you talk about what is the cost of something, I think we have to be a little more, unpack what does the cost actually mean? Is it just the actual, you know, this 350 crores that you're talking about, but it's the cost of maintaining of cars is very high as well. And one of the ways to do this, to change this discourse, is actually to have campaigns, to have research, to have data. Because I think data is something that, evidence that shows what exactly is happening in these areas. So I'm going to then, the next two speakers, I'm going to actually focus a little bit more on that, but I'll start with Malika, since you're the host. You know, I think as an organization and as the work that you've done, is a lot to do about building a culture of inclusive mobility in cities, because this is not only a top-down exercise, it's not only something that government has to do, but it is something that private sector has to work with. It is something that as community organizations, RWAs, other civil society formations have to do. So I'm going to ask you, Malika, to talk about, I know you've done some interesting work in Bangalore, but whatever you'd like to focus on, how have you used art, culture, community mobilization, and those things to bring about a sort of a bottom-up response, a bottom-up change, but also bring the voices of the lived realities of people on the ground to inform policy and change. Over to you.
Thank you. I think I'll just start by saying we often don't give enough credit to storytelling and art and culture to really shift. It can lead to perception and behavior change, but can art really lead to infrastructure change in our cities? So I'm going to use an example from our recent work in Bangalore. I'm going to take you through the journey of a collective in Bangalore that's called the Ali Sirona Collective. And I know there are some people here from Bangalore, so you know what Ali Sirona means. But for those who don't, in Kannada it translates to "let's meet there." So where did this collective start, and why did it, come up? The main question we had 2 years ago was, how do we ensure that the voices of women in the informal workforce are taken into consideration when the city is making plans for its public transport systems? We all know cities are making climate action plans, they're transitioning to low carbon economies, but where are the voices of those who are the most affected, the most marginalized in our cities? We chose to work in 9 communities, and any guesses on what those 9 communities had in common? We are talking about public transport here. Any guesses? They were all not very well connected by public transport in the city. They were all underserved by public buses in the city. And that's what sort of was the tying, that was, connecting the 9 different cities, 9 different communities. Across these 9 communities, we chose to work with over 200 women from the informal workforce. And again, it's important to note here that these women had never worked on the issue of public transport. They didn't, let's be honest, they have a lot on their plate. This was not top of mind in terms of let's fix public transport in the city, right? How could we do that? And that's where the power of stories and art really came in. We used art and culture, we used storytelling to really start a conversation with these women on what are their lived experiences when it comes to public transport in the city. And that's when the name Ali Sirona actually came up. It was co-created with these 9 communities. Let's meet there. A very visionary statement of somewhere in the future, somewhere we want to get to. We had this name, we had these stories, we had the lived experiences come up. Now what? We decided as a collective to actually generate community data that was centered around the women actually finding out what is the first and last mile connectivity for me really like. What is the quality of the closest bus stop for me? And that was really the starting point of the solutioning for this collective. That's when they started coming up with ideas on, we could actually have bus routes that serve our communities. That's where they sort of hit the ground running themselves. Today, this collective has over 200 women, over 10 CSOs, think tanks, and multiple artists and creators who have contributed in significant ways. Once this collective came up with these feeder bus routes, that's when the engagement with decision makers really began. But there wasn't much of a response at that time, right? There are so many people who want so many things in the city. Why should someone listen to 200 women? So we went back to the drawing board as a collective and we said, okay, what next? How do we get attention? So we went back, of course, to using art and culture, right? And that's when the collective came up with this idea of a mobile bus stop installation. An installation that was made by the women, designed by the women, and had their ideas of what is a perfect bus stop. What would inspire me to use public buses in the city if they came to my communities? This installation traveled across the city, across 4 different communities, and it wasn't just a platform for these 200 women to come and talk. That bus stop installation became a platform for thousands of people to come out of their homes and talk about the fact that their communities were not connected by public transport. They were underserved. And it's great. In Karnataka, we have the Shakti scheme now, which came out last year. But how are communities meant to leverage a scheme like that? How are women meant to leverage a scheme like that when the buses don't come near their houses? In most of the communities where we work, the closest bus stop was 3 to 5 kilometers away. It did not allow for the women to use these services. Cut to where we are today, and I'll keep it short, where as of March 2024, 2 of the bus routes that were proposed by the women through the course of building this collective have actually been approved and are functional in Bangalore, serving over 3,500 to 4,500 families, and not just women, right? Men, women, elderly, children, individuals with disabilities. Everyone is benefiting from these new bus routes, and 3 are still being discussed. Today we have the women actively sitting in offices discussing what the route should look like. BMTC, BBMP, all so responsive to what this collective wants and what this collective needs. And I think it just comes back to that idea of where did this collective begin? It began with stories. It began with art. It began with just, creating this space where women and the communities could bond over something common. I'll stop there.
Thank you. I think that's it's an inspiring story because we all know that at the end of the day, we have to take along everyone in this journey towards inclusion, and that requires the hard work of hearing the lived realities through stories of people who are often excluded. We do have Dr. Jivisha, who has now been able to join us. Good afternoon, Dr. Jivisha. Thank you so much for joining us. I know that you know the work that you're doing. There are many elements which are looking at aspects of inclusion and making it more gender friendly. And I'm going to specifically ask you about two initiatives, I think, which you also would like to speak about, where the national logistics policy with looking at an additional 10 to 15 million jobs in the sector. How are you going to make these more gender diverse? How are you, because everywhere when we're expanding jobs, when we're looking at work, we know in India one of the big issues is how do you get more women to become part of these elements, these jobs and these opportunities, and also for you know, the railways, roadways and others. How do you leverage the opportunities to make it more seamless, more supportive towards women actually becoming part of the workforce as well? So over to you, Dr. Jivisha.
Hi, thank you so much. I hope I'm audible to everyone, and apologies for joining through VC, but it's very difficult to come out of on a Monday. Thank you, and it's a wonderful panel. I've been listening to your discussion, and such interesting points have been coming up. Coming back to the questions that you have asked, see, at the national level, your work is more about making policies and less on the implementation side. That responsibility lies with the states, with the district at the end. But what important thing one can do is that when you're formulating a national level policy, you make sure that you look at the inclusive element, whether it is gender based, whether it is for specially skilled people, and you have to make sure that in somehow you have a nudge available in your policy, which helps the administration to take actions accordingly. And that is what, you know, we are talking about. So when you talk about logistics, national logistic policy, now skilling is a very, very important factor. And if you want to have women participation in logistics force, where their participation is generally considerably low, if you look at the, you know, data points. So to make sure that that happens, we have, you know, been talking to our logistics skill council, and we have been discussing various level of programs which can be started at, you know, not just at graduation level, but also the certification program be done. Now, you know, this is a little interrelated. When we talk about national logistic policy, we also have another thing called as PM Gati Shakti. We are trying to balance both of them together. So when we are thinking about new infrastructure which is coming in country, we are doing an area approach, making sure that, you know, it is connecting. There are a lot of employment opportunity there. What is the census data in that locality? Do they have specific skilling center where people can find local employment in this infrastructure? At the same time, we're also you know, making sure that there are enough Anganwadis, there are enough school. We are also checking the gender participation in the school level, call level, and what can be done. Like someone was mentioning that, for example, bus routes and things like that. So that is another level of detail. But what we look at is that the road connectivity is there till the last mile when this infrastructure is coming up, so that people can come and work. So these are the kind of nudge which we are trying at the national level to make sure that this, you know, 10 to 15 million jobs which we are looking at when it comes to the logistics field, or due to the national logistic policy coming, it makes sure that the equal participation, if not more, of women can be thought of.
Thank you. You know, I think we know that women's workforce participation, to increase it, to augment it, many different kind of steps need to be done. And I think I appreciate your comments and the initiatives that the ministry is taking. And I know that this is very much in the radar of the government, that this is something that needs to be done, because this is, it went down. I think COVID set us back on many elements, including this. So thank you so much. I will come back to you if there's time for another set of questions or this thing. I'm going to now come to you, Alok. WRI has done a lot of interesting work looking at mobility, looking at the metro rail, looking at last mile connectivity. And I think Dr. Jivisha also talked about it. I think even all the speakers have talked about that last mile whether it's walking, whether it's an e-rickshaw, whether it's this thing. Maybe you can share some of the work and some of the research, some of the data points that are coming about as the work that you and all your partners are doing towards addressing. Because, for example, we know that the Delhi Metro or even the Delhi transport, the buses, they are a good network. They are considered even quite safe for women to use. And others as well. But we know that there is this last mile connectivity. So I know that the fact that you are having more women in the e-rickshaw drivers, I think is a very significant step. But if you could share some of the issues, some of the initiatives, some of the data that might help us move along towards addressing this issue of last mile connectivity and inclusion.
Thanks, Kalpana. So yeah, see, one aspect is that when it comes to investments in public transport to augment mobility in the country, the metro is now one of the most capital-intensive projects we've seen, one of the most visible projects we've been seeing across the country. First, the good thing is there's a lot of evidence to show that the metro is actually very well perceived by women as a safe method of commuting across the city. And there's some very interesting ethnographic evidence, not by WRI, something that I read, that also said that in Delhi, for example, now since the metro network is so expansive, it's actually changed the conception of a lot of women as to what the city is, because they can now travel a lot further to access education, to access employment, provided, of course, it's fairly close to a metro station. Now, last mile connectivity is a bottleneck. It's not just for women, of course, for everybody. And this has been an issue that the government has also identified in terms of getting more people to use the metro. So as part of this, as part of WRI, we did a fairly large-scale survey last year across 3 cities of over 7,000 metro commuters, and we were looking at how is it that people commute, what do those trip patterns look like, what are the socio-economic differences, and then what are some of the insights that you might need to think about when it comes to metro rail, last-mile planning. So the first thing that we saw, when we were looking at women commuters and how they were commuting is that in any case where there's an option between, a shared auto or some form of intermediate public transport as a last mile option versus the bus, they were choosing the intermediate public transport option. And this began to surprise me in the beginning because this survey also included, cities and states where the bus was free for women. So first, as a man, my first thought was maybe the data is wrong here because everything else in our survey was telling us that Indian commuters are extremely price sensitive. You increase the price by 5 rupees here and people may actually just not choose to take the metro in the first place. So first what we started to look at was, maybe the bus is not frequent there. Is it just a thing of availability and that's why women are choosing not to take the bus? But then even when we filtered it on routes where buses were frequent, we found that the auto was a preferred option. So we started to dig down into this a little bit more to understand why. And one thing that clearly came out with intermediate public transport is the stopping is more flexible. So you can hail it anywhere on the route. You can also ask the driver to stop the vehicle and get off at a point that's convenient to you. And now, drawing from actually a lot of points that have been made earlier in terms of street design and access, and actually, Kalpana, you'd probably be the expert given safety pins, work in looking at black spots, areas and streets that are, notorious for harassment and other aspects. This is a major issue. So walking to a bus stop, waiting at a bus stop where there may be, many men around, it may be a hostile environment, having to walk for long distances from a bus stop to your house, especially at night, that becomes an issue. And that's such a prominent issue that it actually overrides the fact that you may be able to save money using a bus as the last mile option. So in that sense, on a slightly more positive note, actually as an initiative, I would like to point out something that TSRTC, which is the Telangana State Road Transport Corporation, they came out with a policy that says that, after 7 p.m. or some specific time in the night, our buses could be used in a more flexible manner where women can actually hail the bus anywhere along the route and also tell the driver to stop the bus at a point where they have to get off. Now, I'll be clear. Ideally speaking, we would want our streets to be a lot safer. We would want our bus stops to also be more welcoming spaces across genders. But at least as a stopgap arrangement in the shorter term, this is something that I found really interesting. One caveat, I don't know how well this is implemented. And I think as several panelists have also mentioned, it is an aspect of sensitizing your staff. So I would hope that the bus drivers actually understand why this is necessary and don't just look at it as an inconvenience. Oh, now some woman wants me to just stop here. You don't understand how difficult it is to drive in those conditions. But I think in short, this is something, in a nutshell, this is what I would like to say.
Thank you so much. I think this issue of last mile is something which is really central. And there are, I mean, a lot of cities, it is actually what is known as informal transport. I know that globally there's some move towards terming this as popular transport and not informal transport, because informal seems to suggest it is not something, right? But if you look globally, whether it's in the jeepney in Philippines, whether it's the matatu in Kenya, whether it's the minibuses, etc., a large percentage of the working class population in the cities in the global south are using these modes. And the reason they use them is because they're flexible. You're absolutely right, because at the end of the day, you know, you can ask for a stop, you can sometimes even negotiate price, because it is an informal, popular mode of transport. I think the votaries of the popular mode of transport are not suggesting there should not be regulation. But I think a lot of discourse sometimes talks about removing all of it and formalizing all of it. I think we need to look at that as questionable, especially in a context where, you know, millions of commuters still use these modes of transport. I don't think we have very much time, but I'm going to give one more question to, and maybe give you the last word on this. You talked about many, I think, interesting schemes, many interesting initiatives that the government has taken. I would like you actually to respond to some of the issues that have come up across the panel, and maybe tell us what are some of the ways forward, what are some of the challenges, where do you see the sort of bottlenecks, what is it that other actors, such as civil society, private enterprise, organizations like WRI and others, can actually play a role in supporting this journey towards gender inclusion?
So, regarding the point which Alok just made, that stopping buses wherever it is needed. So you must have seen the premium bus scheme. So premium bus scheme, we have specifically mentioned that within Delhi, even though it is a contract carriage, it can stop at any places for picking the passenger, and even it can go inside RWS areas wherever there is a space. It is not necessary to be at the bus stop. The main reason for that is to solve this issue of coming to the bus stop. That is the main problem which not just women, even everyone face. And that is one point which we have introduced in the premium bus scheme, that the aggregator will be able to pick passenger from any places, and then when he will, suppose most of the people go outside of Delhi to Gurugram or Noida, and then when he will go outside of Delhi, then he can just drop all those passengers at their workplace. So that is something which we have ensured in premium bus scheme. Regarding the route rationalization, which just Malika told, that we have introduced this 9-meter buses. And 9-meter bus is mainly to serve this last mile connectivity issues, and which will serve 2 points. One is the high priority metro stations, where the ridership is more or less, where the ridership is not increasing because of this last mile issue. This is one problem set. And the other problem set is underserved area. And for this, we can include the response of the women. We can include the response, and this where you can contribute to finalize the route, or any suggestion or any kind of feedback from the women and the marginalized community, where what all places we should include in the route. Because this 9-meter buses, which we have named it as Mohalla bus, is actually meant to do that purpose, to solve the connectivity to all those areas which are unconnected by these by the buses which are already plying. So this is regarding the route rationalization and providing the routes to all the community. That is very important. Now this is the regarding which we discussed. Now where all the private individuals and civil society partners can contribute is that, again, coming to my first point, in increasing the women drivers. That is very important, and where you all should make effort, because that is something which I am seeing is very much deregulated. Deregulated in the sense, like I will again start with the autos, that we have given mandate to the DMRC that 663, suppose DMRC we have given 663 target of women driver. and that is, we are not going to reduce. So it is the economic aspect also got attached to it, that if they will not onboard women driver, they are going to lose, because I see whenever something will not rope into the economic aspects or the means within the business model, it will not ramp up as much as it should be. And that's why if we will not relax it down, we will ensure that it has to be 663 from the DMRC, and all the concessionaire DMRC has deployed. They will work together, and means the civil society partners can also work together to increase the women drivers in these kind of e-autos. Again, this is one segment though through DMRC. The other segment is that we launch LOIs, letter of intent for inducting autos, and we have ensured that this much should be the women driver, and where you can contribute in helping women to get induct more, because this is very cheap. The reason is that a auto rickshaw with a free permit is cost you around 3,20,000 rupees, for example. But a auto rickshaw, if you take from replacement basis, from like with a permit, or if you purchase from someone else, it will cost you around like maybe 6 lakhs or 7 lakhs. So that is a very, that becomes very costly. So this is where it will be very effective and economic, and because we have mandated that it has to be woman driver, and I hope that it will, I am very hopeful that it will increase where all the civil society partners who are working in this field can contribute and can motivate and can slightly put a nudge in this direction. Now coming to the other segment of e-bus and e-cab, again, this is deregulated. E-bus, all those are by the private players like JBM, PMI, and if and we are ready to provide all those land and infrastructure. We have our IDTR is running. We are ready to provide all the infrastructural support for providing training skills for women, but we can provide. But again, the same point, if this private player will not get involved, I am seeing that OMI is also a partner to this. If Ola and Uber is not a partner to this training of driver, that we will train and they will not get employment further. So their engagement is also very important to ensure that there is a employability of all the women driver who we will train. So this is something on which we can work. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think before we wind up, maybe we can have 2 questions from the floor, if there are some questions, and if you can direct, introduce yourself, and also direct if it's a question to anyone in particular or it's just a general comment.
नमस्ते, मैं डॉक्टर माला सिंह ठाकुर, देश के सबसे स्वच्छ शहर इंदौर से हूँ, AICT सेल से हूँ। मेरे दोनों प्रश्न शहजाद आलम जी से हैं। पहला प्रश्न है, जैसा आपने कहा कि जो ई रिक्शा जो चलता है उसमें आपने प्रयास किया है कि अधिकतम महिलाएं उस रिक्शा जो है, हाँ ई ऑटो जो है, हमारे यहाँ रिक्शा उसी को कहते हैं, महिलाएं जो है उनकी ऑनरशिप होना चाहिए। हम उस चीज़ को फेस कर रहे हैं कि जिस स्कीम में उनको सब्सिडी दी जाती है, रिक्शा तो महिला खरीदती है, लेकिन उस रिक्शा खरीदने के बाद जो चलाने वाला है वो घर का पुरुष है। आपके सामने ऐसी समस्याएं आती हैं तो उसके लिए आपका क्या समाधान है? और दूसरा, निर्भया फंड जो बना था उसके बाद से वुमेन सेफ्टी ऑडिट की क्या स्थिति है, वो दूसरी चीज़ जानना चाहती हूँ। और 2 चीज़ें जोड़ना चाहती हूँ कि जैसे मल्लिका जी ने बताया था, हमारे यहाँ जब से पब्लिक ट्रांसपोर्ट चला रहे हैं जो ऑर्गेनाइज सेक्टर में है, अभी तक कोई भी महिलाओं से संबंधित इस प्रकार की शिकायत हमारे पास नहीं आई है, क्योंकि उस तरीके से हम उनको व्यवहार और बाकी चीज़ों के लिए, व्यक्तित्व विकास के लिए काम करते हैं। तो मुझे लगता है कि अगर वो करेंगे। और दूसरा, जो बस महिला चालक की बात है, तो इंदौर में भी हम महिला बस चालकों के साथ बस चला रहे हैं, पिंक बस चलाते हैं, ऑटो चलाते हैं। इसमें एक चीज़ जो मुझे लगता है कि जब तक समाज का मन नहीं बदलेगा तब तक अधिकतम महिलाएं आगे आकर के बस नहीं चला पाएंगी, ऐसा मुझे व्यक्तिगत रूप से लगता है।
So regarding your first question, कि जो ऑटोज में अगर आप देखेंगे, जो ये ऑटोज जो है परमिट दिया जाता है ऑटोज को, तो we have given permit that this auto rickshaw will only be driven by the person who will get the permit. So, and that's why this number is not rising up. अगर हम लोग वो ये कंडीशंस नहीं रखते तो अभी 1270 होता तो अब तक वो फुलफिल हो गया होता. उसमें देर इज मीन्स अभी तक 150 तक ही हम लोग स्टक नहीं होते. बट वो सिंस वो कंडीशन एंड दैट इज अ परमिट कंडीशन, एंड इफ एनीवन will violate the permit condition, then it is a 10,000 rupees fine. That is a huge fine. So means that's why if we will make it a condition of permit, that if this permit is given to this and this, and then this auto rickshaw will be driven by this person only, then means that issue will not come. Because then that will be part of enforcement. Traffic police and enforcement can see, and then it will be a permit violation condition. Regarding the Nirbhaya fund, means as you all know that in Delhi, in all our passenger vehicles, panic buttons and are installed. But you know there are technical glitches and all regarding the panic button. And means right now DIMS is a kind of consultants with the transport department who is working with the who is working for this panic button and all. But what we are thinking is that what the model is existing is that it is the responsibility of the vehicle owner to pay for the VLTD device, to pay for the tracking and this. Now we are trying to rope in NIC, and NIC will involve to do this tracking of the GPS, and then where we can use Nirbhaya fund for that purpose. This is one, and this is something which Morth is also following with the, not just Delhi Transport Department, with all the transport department of every state. That because this panic button is a part of Motor Vehicle Act now. And now where the Morth is of the view that this fund, Nirbhaya fund, can be used to ensure the GPS tracking and the panic button in the, means all the passenger vehicle. So this is all from my side.
Thank you. Any other?
Women's safety audit parameters, like, see, one is in all the passenger, all the DTC and the cluster buses, we have installed a CCTV camera. As far as the CCTV camera is concerned, like the working of camera, that works, that fairly works, and means around 80 to 85% of the cameras work. And many a times these cameras have been very useful to go into the analysis or the investigation of any crimes. But so this project has two parts. One is the CCTV camera, and the second part is your VLTD device and the panic button. So the first part is more or less, it is working because the camera and all is fine. But the main problem is the panic button, where we are slightly lacking, and which is one issue where we need to work. So regarding means in passenger vehicles, we are all on it, and means if panic button, and the next possible steps in this we are thinking is a smartphone based solution, where the means some alerts can be generated through a smartphone. But उसमें challenge ये है कि सभी लोगों के पास smartphones नहीं होते. That's why we are not going in this, picking this direction, but we need to find out some hybrid solution for this problem.
Thank you. Rashita, there's one more question.
Yeah, this is. I'm Alagappan from UNDP, SDGCC from Government of Tamil Nadu. Actually, it's suggestions to every stakeholder sitting in this room. See, we are talking about a lot of policies and strategy change for bringing out the gender equality. But what I'm feeling is there is one need, because one solution may not be able to fit for everyone. It cannot be a common solution. The biggest challenge in the urban transport, urban mobility, especially when it comes to the public transport, is the ticketing system what we are adopting doesn't have a gender. Many of the systems are not, gender is not getting recorded. Either it is, to some extent Metro is doing it, to some extent some places where pink buses are operating, we can get some evidence. But as a holistic approach, that gender share we are not getting it. As a national level, if any changes or anything, any policy level change, if it can bring in this gender need to be recorded in the ticketing system, then it helps us to identify where exactly the challenges are, either it's in the route specific or as a land terrain specific. That helps in all the decision makers, especially in, at all levels of people who are involved in the mobility. This is just a suggestion.
As you may be aware that Delhi's NCMC card we are going to start, And in MCMC card, and because of this pink ticket, we have a compulsion that whatever the NCMC card we will issue, it will be Aadhaar based authenticated, and a pink card will be issued to the woman, because it is our compulsion. If we are going through for a NCMC card, then there has to be a mechanism of pink ticket, because pink ticket is anyway free, and that has to be authenticated by Aadhaar, because we have to made it KYC compliant as well. And through that mechanism, we will get that how many gender, what is the classification of the passenger based on gender. So that is something which will which will be done.
Thank you. I think the point you're saying is that we need data. So only with good data we can begin to make this thing. Absolutely. There was one more question. I think one more. I think that's Chair.
My question. Hello. I'm Sujata Sawant from HMRTC. My question is to Mr. Alam. Sir, it's a very good initiative that you have fixed the number of autos to be driven by females. Can same kind of thing can be made in the buses, EV that you are, the private operators are operating? This sends a message to the society that driving a public transport bus or an IPT is a career option. I can go into that. So if this comes out in a big way, the problem that you're facing now, that you don't have drivers, not many females are coming up, I think can be addressed to some extent.
Yeah, this is a means good suggestion and an obvious thing which we can think of. But what I will say is that, see, here the two changes is going in parallelly. One is the electrification. There is an aggressive push to do the electrification, and the second with the electric mobility, or second with the gender responsiveness. These are our two mandates, if you'll see. And what is happening is that in electric buses, there are so much stakeholders are involved, and there is so much of supply side be crunch, that mandating or putting extra burden that this much proportion of drivers should be women. That can be done. Means I totally agree with you. But in the contract, if there is such that if we are hiring 1,000 buses, the 20% should be the women driver. This is something which we can be done. But it will have some backlash from the supply side, because even for the electric buses there is a supply side crunch, and because of that, if we'll put this extra condition, this kind of electrification target will somehow will affect. That is not with the issue of auto, because in auto there is already a ban cap of 1 lakh by the Supreme Court, and we are already at 90,000 threshold, so we are playing in around 10,000 which have been left with us. So and in autos there are multiple players and there is no supply side issue, so it is very easy to do with the autos. But yes, this can be done, but after a certain period of time, when there is a like this electrification and things will means slightly in a mature phase, then this could be easily a part of the contract.
Thank you. I think we have to wind up the panel. It was extremely interesting. Thank you all so much for, I think, bringing about the wide variety of issues, whether it's electrification, whether it's last mile connectivity, whether it's a necessity for better data, the voices of the most marginalized, as well as the policies that governments have adopted. I thank all of you for the wonderful comments and a wonderful panel. Especially thank you, Mr. Alam, and thank to Dr. Jivisha, who joined us online. And I will not stand between you and your lunch anymore, so thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you everyone. Let's have a group photo with the panel, and maybe also have mementos presented to the panelists. Yeah. Let's have a big round of applause for the wonderful panel we had this afternoon. We'll now break for lunch for till 2:30, and we'll come back for a masterclass. Also, just a reminder that please take your time to visit the exhibition during this time, and also note that there is an award ceremony at 6 o'clock today at the Silver Oak Lawns. So, see you soon. वाला पोर्ट है, ये वाला HDMI।
आपने वो भी तो निकाली। लैपटॉप नहीं लगेगा सर।
अरे अपना लगा दो, नीचे रख देना।
अच्छा।
कौन करे?
यह लगा रही है।
आप यही लगा लेंगे तो अपना नीचे से रख देना।
नहीं लगेगा ना यार।
अभी लग जाएगा तब।
कौन सा?
वो अपनी बीबी की दे दो, फिर इसको ऐसा रख देना।
अब कुछ नहीं,
दिक्कत क्या आ रही है?
वो इसी से कर रहेगा। कोई नहीं, हमें क्या करना है, लगा दे। मैं तो निकाल ही रहा हूँ।
चार्जर भी लगा दे। क्या पता वो अपनी बीबी खत्म कर दे।
ये पकड़ो कुछ।
ये चाहिए बात क्या है?
ये अपना है। वीडियो नहीं है ना? वीडियो नहीं है ना कुछ? ठीक। स्लाइड चंद्र से तो नहीं चलाने ना?
नहीं चलेगा।
चलेगा, क्यों नहीं चलेगा? ये चल रहा है ये। ठीक है, लीजिए। हाँ।
Okay. When women have limited access to resources, when public spaces and public transport is unsafe, when mobility systems are incompatible to their needs, there is no information on what they want and how it is different from what the city designs, we're ending up with gender-blind mobility systems. And what this is leading to is restrictions on women's movement outside their home and their access to the city. What that ultimately leads to is restrictions on their participation in any activity outside their home, be it social, economic, or political. What can we do about that? We start looking at transport from a gender lens. But what does this achieve for us? Let me give you an example of one study that WRI-India conducted in Mumbai. We tried to understand what the metro ridership wants. This was Mumbai Metro, line 1. We asked all the usual questions of why, how, when, and what. What we did was to add one more question of who. What that helped us do is take a basic statistic that said 81% of Mumbai Metro commuters are workers, and all the rest are either students or non-workers, and understand that 88% of male commuters are workers. 76% of female commuters are workers. And there is one very important commuter group called homemakers, which comprise 1/5 of the female ridership. Why is this important? Let me give you this statistic. We found out that the average trip distance for all the other groups was 10 kilometers, which meant that they were spending about 100 rupees on their end-to-end travel, and it took 40 minutes. We also knew that homemakers, the average travel distance was 5 kilometers, which means that their trip should have cost them 50 rupees and should have taken only 20 minutes to complete. But we found out they were paying 81 rupees and it took them 30 minutes. This is because they were choosing modes that were safer for them, more convenient for them, which were more expensive, and they had to spend a lot more time waiting for all of these modes because they were traveling during off-peak hours. A classic case of pink tax. What is pink tax? We will know in our further presentations. Now we asked them what they're expecting from the metro. We got all the usual answers of lighting, seating, accessibility, frequency, all of that. Both men and women answered that. But what these mean are very different to men and women. When we look at it from a gender perspective, what women are basically asking for, at least 52% of women are asking for more safety. 30% are asking for more convenience. On the contrary, 53% of men are concentrating on things that make their travel more convenient. 29% on increasing the service quality, and safety is somewhere at the bottom of their radar. So what can we achieve if we start introducing the gender lens in our mobility systems? First, women have equal access. They are empowered, and they can contribute to the growth of the city. Second, cities become safer and more equitable and accessible to all. It's not only women, but the children and the elderly and all the mobility dependents who get benefited from this, and also the vulnerable communities who share the same lack of resources or difficulties in mobility as women. Finally, what we are essentially doing is encouraging a set of choices which perfectly align with sustainable goals. We're moving from auto-centric to people-centric cities, and we're encouraging sustainable choices which help us reach our climate goals. This brings us to the final and most important question: how can we make our cities more gender responsive, and how do we make gender responsive mobility systems? So we're not the first set of people to ask this question. Cities are already doing something about it. You might have heard of buses that are reserved for women, free buses for women, reserved seats, assigning female drivers for female passengers in cabs, technology-based solutions, and our very famous or favorite CCTV cameras and patrolling. But is that all enough? Is that covering all our bases? No. There are a few more gaps to be filled, like improving pedestrian infrastructure, gender-responsive scheduling, having more women in the workforce, etc. And all of this is possible when we create gender-responsive mobility systems. In today's masterclass, we're going to be looking at 3 pillars of gender mainstreaming: gender disaggregated data, technology-based tools, gender-responsive infrastructure. And to take us into these 3 aspects, we have our partners, we have experts from these organizations who will be taking us through these aspects. So without much ado, let me call upon stage Mitali Nikor from Nikor Associates, who is the founder and chief economist at Nikor Associates, to take us through what it means to be collecting and analyzing gender disaggregated data.
Are they gonna, it's just the next slide? Oh, okay, perfect. Okay. Hi, everybody. Am I audible? Is this working? Can you hear me at the back? Okay, great. How's everyone doing this afternoon? Have you been going through a lot of presentations and a lot of gyan about how, we need gender responsive urban mobility systems? Yes. We've been listening to a lot of stuff. This is my second year at Uddeshya. Thanks to Harshita's fantastic work in organization, and we could come on as partners. Also, a lot of friends in the audience. Kalpana, I see you. You're bright and shining in the sari. So, so it's a really nice audience to be in front of and doing this today. Today, of course, I'm here as Nikor Associates, but I also, of course, work with the World Bank, and I am the lead author of the World Bank's toolkit on gender responsive, sort of urban mobility and gender mainstreaming in urban ecosystems here in India. But I also want to just say that the World Bank is doing a lot more work outside of India as well. And I think, our aim in the coming sort of years as a team in the bank, I mean, Megha is also here, is to sort of gather this evidence from South Asia as well. Because we're doing a lot of work now in gender responsive urban mobility in Bangladesh and also in Nepal, both of which I am a advisor on. But today, of course, I'm here to get into the depth of some statistics, some mechanisms that we can use to collect gender disaggregated data. I think we all in this room, I mean, it's like preaching to the converted, right? We all understand that we need gender responsive urban mobility systems. There's no doubt about it. We also all understand that there are certain gender intentional actions that we have to take in order for that to happen. I mean, one example, of course, is ma'am is sitting right here, Sujata ma'am's right here. And in the Haryana Metro, Corporation, from the word go, the design has been, sort of informed by this entire approach of gender inclusivity. It's a constant question in every meeting where we say, how are women going to be coming onto our metro system? And we are so glad to be, supporting ma'am with this effort. But we need more and more cities to be doing this, right? And we need more and more metro systems to be doing this. And for that, our aim is to definitely collect and standardize certain methodologies that can help us, with this gender disaggregated data collection as a starting point. So, here are some, we were told that I have to do some of these metrics, and I'm pretty sure that all of you will be very, very spot on with the answers here. So, what percentage of men in Delhi, now this is a question for anyone, and anyone can answer, but if no one answers, then I'll just pick on people to answer, right? So, because I know so many people in the audience, right? So I can just get away with that. So the percentage of people in Delhi, men in Delhi that travel alone versus the percentage of Delhi women that travel with family. So can we have some guesses? What percentage of men typically do you think travel alone? So we have a 73 here, we have an 80 somewhere, somebody is going all the way and saying 100%, 90? Do I hear a 90? 90, 95. That's absolutely spot on, the 90-95ers. It is exactly 98% actually. And what percentage of women do you think travel with family? 98%. Anyone wants to give a differing answer or opinion? 60? Someone said 60, someone saying 70. Okay, the answer is 55. So 55% of women in Delhi, in our recent survey, we recently did a survey in Delhi NCR, and we found that 98% of men are going for trips which are basically to work, and they're traveling alone. And about half of the time when women undertake trips, they are alone, and half the time they're with family or dependents, etc. Okay, what percentage of women in Delhi do not find public transportation safe at night? 100%? 95%? Remember, Delhi also has a lot of privileged South Delhi girls who've never been on public transport. I am one of them. No, I go on public transport, but I'm a South Delhi girl. So, any other guesses? Any other guesses? We'll go with 100%. Is the answer 100%? Okay, so the answer we got was 78%. So we found that about more than, 3/4 of our survey said we don't find public transport system safe at night. Okay, we'll do a couple more of these. I'm really sad that Vaishnavi had to leave, because if she was here, she would know this data better than me. But this is basically from a perception survey that the Chennai Gender Lab did recently, and along with World Bank support. So in Chennai, now let's go out of Delhi. What percentage of women face sexual harassment in various forms while traveling? Sorry? More louder, guys, louder. 60? 80? 55 to 60? So you will be shocked by this answer. The answer is 17%, 17. And I was as shocked, and so was Meera, right, when we were doing this survey, because it was completely opposite to what we got in the FGDs, right? Because we were doing qualitative work alongside the survey. And survey data is telling us, 17%, and in the FGD, everybody is saying, yeah, I'm being harassed in some form or the other. So why did this dichotomy come up? It's because when they were administered a formal survey, the social norms of not reporting what is happening to you kicked in. Because they were internalizing the fact that, I shouldn't speak out, even in an anonymous survey. And this was one of our biggest learnings of doing this perception study. And of course, the same didn't come out in Delhi. In Delhi, women were far more vocal. In Chennai, they were vocal when we sat together. When we, sat in a group and actually heard them out. Whereas in Delhi, it's like, I have no problem. Main to bolungi. Whereas Chennai, it's a different social set of context. So I think this was a huge, huge learning. Okay, what percentage of women respondents owned vehicles in contrast to percentage of men in Chennai? How do we think the ownership happened? I mean, you were just talking about it, Ravinda, like, we know that women are more likely or less likely to own, private transport. But what do we think is the gap in a city like Chennai? Time for your guesses, everybody. Last set of guesses. I should ask the OMI team. They have just released the survey. Anish, batao. We all want to know. हाँ, because gender disaggregated हुआ नहीं है ना अभी, वो तो हमने कर रहा है. So basically, even OMI is yet to release the gender disaggregated findings from their massive mound of data, which hopefully we will help you do. But you know, on a very serious note, the percentage of women respondents who owned vehicles in Chennai is about 1/3 of the men. So about 30% of women said that they own a vehicle, whereas with men it was almost 70-75%. Of course, we are including bicycles and two-wheelers also in this. So just imagine the difference, right? Men are 3-4 times more likely to own vehicles compared to women. So, and also, one very interesting statistic I didn't put on this, but I want to talk about, is that when we were doing our recent study in NCRTC, talking about, you know, sort of this entire issue of covering users and non-users, right? This often comes up. Ki I want to make sure that my research covers those people, men and women, who are not traveling. They may not be traveling for whatever reason. It might be a social norm that bars women from leaving the house, and that is something in Delhi NCR we had to take cognizance of. Because there are areas in Delhi NCR where those social norms are prevalent. And, you know, when we went in, we said we will make sure that not more than 20% of our women sample is a non-mobile person. But we didn't find that. Organically, only 5% of our overall sample was non-mobile. You know, so women are traveling. This is also a myth. I mean, of course, we defined traveling as including walking also, but I mean, that should be the case, right? So this idea that we have that, oh, like, you know, the mobility levels are very, very low is, I think it's changing. But yes, the distances, the amount, the purpose of travel, the frequency of travel, all of that, of course, turns out very differently. But only 5% of our female sample was non-mobile in a recent study in Delhi NCR, which I think is very telling in its own way. So, you know, why, how, what? This is sort of the agenda for what I'm going to talk about today, and I'm going to be very quick. I don't want to belabor a lot of these points. But essentially, you know, we already know these points. We know why do we need to collect gender disaggregated data. We'll just go a little bit more into it. The second is that what are the tools? This is what I'm more keen to talk about today, that what are the tools that we can use to collect this gender disaggregated data, and then how do we actually, you know, physically go about it? What is our, you know, experience been in terms of when we did this? Right. So if anybody has read the toolkit or any of our, you know, massive publicity that we have done on the toolkit, which is not so massive, could have been more, but anyway, wherever we've put out our policy briefs, blogs, you would have seen this figure. It's kind of like you just associate it with the toolkit. And essentially the idea is that, you know, this one figure is what we think really captures the why. Right? Why do we need gender disaggregated data when we are planning urban mobility systems? It's because literally the travel patterns are different. We cannot change that. And I really want to emphasize, why are these travel patterns different? We often forget that. See, I'm in a room full of transport planners and I'm an economist. So how did I get here? It's because I need to tell all of you all the time that the reason why travel patterns are different is because the economic motivation for traveling is different. Like, you know, you were just saying that 1/5 of the women who are traveling are homemakers. Now, imagine that in a country where the labor force participation rate for women is sitting at now 37% inflated, you know, how is it that only 20% of the sample is homemakers which are traveling? 60% of women are homemakers, right? So what I'm saying is that at the end of the day, if you want to understand the travel patterns of men and women in your city, you have to first look at the economic, socio-economic motivation. What are women in your city doing? Are they in agriculture? Are they in manufacturing? Are they in services sector? What are the typical clusters where they are commuting? A few years ago, ADB did a very interesting project in 2013 actually in Bangladesh, where they found that there was a need to connect some of the residential colonies with the new garment factories that were coming up in the outskirts of Dhaka. And they built a line specifically for that on the Dhaka metro, as well as they started a bus service. So if you don't understand the economic motivation and the economic composition of your female labor force, you cannot understand why their travel patterns are different. So, this itself is a very important sort of piece of learning. The second thing that, from a rationale point of view that we always talk about is that there is, these sort of levers. Why am I making the travel choice that I'm making, right? Is it because of the timing? Is it because of the purpose of the travel? Is it because of affordability considerations? Is it because the last mile connectivity is not good? So again, when we are looking at the gender differentiated travel patterns, it's not only about just looking at the patterns in a static manner. Don't look at what the patterns are today. Yes, I mean, that's the first step, but then also think about why they are arising, right? What is driving them, so that tomorrow if a change is made in the economic system or in the transport system, what do you think the impact will be on the travel patterns? Both of those things are equally important, right? Because tomorrow, say today I'm charging for public transport, tomorrow I make it free. What do I think the impact in terms of number of women on the system is going to be? It's not necessary that they will go up. Because if a woman is making a certain choice in terms of which mode to use, in terms of how to travel, and that has nothing to do with affordability. It's to do with the pink tax and safety. She doesn't consider that mode to be safe. मैं free कर दूँ वो नहीं आएंगे. Right? So at the end of the day, just making something free without, exploring why certain travel patterns are emerging, these gendered patterns are emerging, is not sufficient. It is the starting point, but it's not sufficient. Now, in Kerala, we found this very interesting study, which is also featured in our toolkit, which is on automatic fare reforms. And it provides a lot of gender disaggregated data. GIZ is the one that's actually done this entire work. And essentially, we found that this was one of the best examples of how one can go about collecting gender disaggregated data. Now, in Chennai, our experience was quite interesting. We suggested to the bus transport corporation, that's MTC, that now you have pink tickets because you've made travel for women free. So now you can at least collect gender disaggregated data, on the system just by counting the number of pink tickets. But counting the number of pink tickets doesn't tell me what is the origin point, what is the destination point, what is the distance that they traveled, how did they go about. It's just how many women use the system. So you still need a lot of investment in technology the way Kerala did in order to collect that information. And the second complication which has now come in, which was not there at the time that this Kerala example is being cited, is the data privacy law. Now that we have the data privacy law in place, each and every bus transport corporation or metro transport corporation is a data fiduciary. And therefore, they are responsible for the privacy of the data. So unless you take an explicit consent from the commuter that can we collect data on your gender, we actually can't collect gender disaggregated data. And today, given our experience in Chennai, and of course, I think Sujata ma'am can also weigh in later, but today, most corporations are not aware of how to navigate this law. That, हाँ, अगर मुझे कोई app-based करना है, तो how will I go about it? Right? So these things are exceedingly important for us to find solutions to navigate, even from a legal and regulatory standpoint. Right. These are just some photos. I thought I should put myself here and here. right? So that you can see two of me. But, no, three of me, I'm there also. So, but basically, the logic is that we actually did this, right? We did this study for NCRTC recently to look at how the regional rapid transit system, which is coming up between Alwar to Meerut, essentially, I mean the entire line, not just the ADB section, but also the World Bank section and beyond. How will that be more gender sensitive? And see, it's again a very different exercise from advising the Chennai Corporation or Gurgaon, because this is long distance travel. This is like a regional rail, which is very different from taking a local bus. And the findings that we had were very interesting, that a lot of people, of course, many of the findings were just generally about travel experiences, which was, of course, very relatable. But nobody had even thought about, oh, will I actually take this kind of a long commute? Will I actually, take this kind of how will I navigate such a long commute? I have never done such a long commute. So many women, who've never traveled more than 5 or 6 kilometers. The average distance we came up for Delhi NCR was 5-6 kilometers. So how will you take a RRTS which is 20-25 kilometers? So these are the things that we need to think about when we are planning for a long distance mass rapid transit system. And in this, one very important insight I wanted to talk about was, of course, there was a huge number of insights we got on persons with disabilities, but which I won't go into because I just have 2 minutes. But on the domestic workers, I just want to say that they were the main intended beneficiaries of this entire, sort of narrative of free transport, right? That they are the ones, because their income is low, they will benefit the most. They said that in the initial years when this started, the free transport started, it was great. They were able to suddenly commute more and take on, more houses, etc. But in recent months, they started facing a backlash from the drivers, conductors, also from other male commuters, because of this entire narrative of freebies that's going around, right? The media has also played a role in sort of saying that this is a freebie. Now, I'm not here to say what is a freebie and what's not a freebie, but the impact of the scheme is clearly not being felt in the way that it should be, right? Because if as a woman you are being heckled and harassed even more just because the government gave you something, you didn't ask for it, that's also not, I would not say that it would be a success. So my final slide, how do we actually do this? How do we collect the data? See, first I would say step one has to be looking at secondary data. Before you get onto the field, you really need to map out, as I was saying right in the beginning, the economic motivations for the women of your city and community that you are trying to map. After that, you can think about going into primary data, surveys, household surveys. Again, you have a choice between different instruments. You can have household surveys if you definitely want to cover users, non-users, mobile, non-mobile, a very wide set of the population. Then you might want to do just commuter surveys when you feel like, no, I need to look at this from a design lens, but not so much from a usage lens, right? And that's when you can go and focus on commuters. And then in the end, you can also, in your commuters, vary it. Like in Gurgaon Metro, what we are going to be doing is, we are going to be combining all of these methodologies together. We are going to do qualitative work, we are going to do FGDs, we're also going to have commuter surveys, and we are also going to have household surveys. So I think it's really the choice of the instrument depends, of course, on you, but I would say that for the key drivers of your travel patterns, to explain that survey data, it is essential to do qualitative discussions. Because if you don't do qualitative discussions, you are never going to understand what is the experience. And also, it was the qualitative discussions that helped us understand that 17% number in Chennai, which is a completely unbelievable number, which we all agree is a completely unbelievable number. So essentially, with that, I will just stop. And if you have any questions, I mean, we have the case studies here in this deck. You can always, approach me later. And if you would like to download the toolkit, the QR code is right here, so it's there for you. So thank you, and I'll stop here. Thank you.
Brilliant. Thank you, Mitali. That was a brilliant and very insightful discussion into exactly what kind of gender disaggregated data we're talking about. It's not just numbers. It's also talking to women and asking these questions in depth, right? And looking at a lot many dimensions. So the floor is open to questions. We have, yes, we have our first question here. If someone could, yeah. If you could mention your name and pose your question.
Yeah, my name is Saliha. My question to you is vis-a-vis qualitative data and methodologies. So when you're applying qualitative research on ground and you're working with groups, how do you approach conflict of interest or contradictory views in a focus group discussion, and then how do you collate those perceptions and make that a fact of your finding?
Yeah, I think that's a very important question. It happens a lot, because some people will become very vocal and dominant. And then you'll find that some of the others are just quiet in the corner and they're not actually giving their views. And this happened actually to us. We did some 7 or 8 FGDs with college students in Delhi University recently. And there were some of these girls who are obviously little more vocal, right? So they were the ones kind of dominating the discussion. I think that's where you have to kind of think about, okay, let me split the group, let me give them a group exercise, let me give more of the other people a chance to talk. So I think as a moderator, often some of that you can handle in the moment, but definitely if it comes to you from somewhere else, if you have a third-party agency which is, handling this, then definitely you have to give them that guidance up front. That, look, what will you do when this happens? So that risk management kind of practice has to be put in place. So in the toolkit, when we've talked about the qualitative discussions, we have put in place a checklist of certain, actions you can take in order to mitigate this risk. So you can refer to the toolkit and get the, get the data from there. But definitely, I feel you, because it's very much a moderator has to handle in the moment kind of situation.
Right. Thank you. Could we have our next question? Okay. Mitali, are you okay if we combine a couple of questions, and if they're related, you could? Yeah. Okay. Great.
So somewhere when we speak to women also, because we have been closely working with MSRTC now, what we also find is it is helping them. They say that at least we have, the fare rate has gone down half the price, and it is really giving a boost to us, so that travel has become smooth. Now they go more for public transport. Earlier they used to travel by private transport and stuff like that. So somewhere I think we also have to more have a qualitative discussions with women and sort out some remedy to that.
No, absolutely. And on free transport, there's been so much conflicting evidence on both the sides, right? On one side, you're saying this is a fiscal burden on STUs. This is a problem. STUs are never going to prioritize investing in safety-related infrastructure or inclusion-related infrastructure because they are giving this free transport. And that automatically takes their fiscal space away. On the other side, you're seeing a lot more women using the system, but I've also heard reports not only of a lot more women using the system, but a lot more men using the system because it was free for women, right? Because, see, as we saw from the data, if half the time when women commute, they are accompanied by men or, someone who has to be ticket paying, then that leads to more revenues for the STU, right? So there has to be, in an economic model, there has to be a critical mass of increase in women's ridership that has to be passed, at which male ridership also increases so much as to offset the cost of the free transport. You get what I'm saying? So essentially, I'm not saying that, I don't have any views on this, but my view on this is that we need an impact assessment study. Where in cities like Chennai, Bangalore now, Delhi and Punjab, all of these places where we are seeing, the introduction of free transport and free is one, lowering is another. Like you're saying, in the case of Mumbai, the reason why it may have worked even more is because it's not free, right? It's not free, but it's reduced. So that doesn't take away from the dignity of the woman traveling and doesn't allow anyone to, castigate her when she's on the public transport. So I think these are exactly the questions that we need to be tackling and answering through a proper econometric model, where, where we say that, yes, this was the exact impact. This was the, tipping point at which, it starts to give you more returns, because more and more people come onto the system as it's cheaper or free for women.
Great. Thank you so much, Mitali. That's a brilliant...
Thank you so much.
That's a brilliant viewpoint on the knock-on effects of working for women, right? So let's move on to our next lecture. This is, let me invite to stage Aishwarya Agarwal. Aishwarya is the lead at Center for Inclusive Mobility at OMI Foundation, and she's going to be taking us through some technological aspects of gender mainstreaming. Over to you.
Very good afternoon to all of you. I think it's always very difficult to speak after Mitali, because she makes the presentation so engaging, so I'll try to match up. So again, we know the drill. You guys have to just guess the stats. So dash percentage of regular public transport users in urban India are women. Guesses, please. Okay. Everybody will say at the gap of 10%, right? So at least something will fit in. Okay. I will reveal the numbers during the course of a presentation. So we'll move on to the next number. Dash percentage of women find metro unaffordable in urban India. Okay, so we have 60 and 20 as the number guesses. Anyone else, or should I move on to the third one? Okay, I'll move on to the third one then. Dash percentage of women lack ready access to easy to understand bus sets, schedules, routes, etc. in urban India. Okay. So we'll take Manisha's as 100%. Okay. Okay. So moving on to what I'll be presenting on. So for me, it is to lay the context to the technological solutions that can be used, towards gender responsive urban mobility. So as you know, I'm Aishwarya, the lead for Center for Inclusive Mobility at OMI Foundation. OMI Foundation is a public policy think tank. We have 3 different centers: Inclusive Mobility, Future Mobility, and Clean Mobility. Last year, we released a flagship publication, Ease of Moving Index. It is an evidence-based framework to benchmark and measure mobility in cities. This intercept survey spanned across 40 cities, involving 50,000 plus respondents, and more than 40% of the survey respondents were women, 5% were PWDs, and 2% were transgender non-binary individuals, so making it one of India's largest mobility survey. We, of course, are working towards a gender disaggregated report on this. So let's take a look on the profile of the women respondents. More than 61%, that was the first stat. So, of course, I mean, people did mention lower numbers as compared to 61%. So the number is 61% of women. Based on our EUMI survey data, they are the regular transport users, and almost half of them have less than 1,000 rupees as monthly average monthly transport expenditure. We did stratified the survey respondents based on our income and education. So of course, that you would find sort of consistent in the profile. Now some key findings. Based on our survey, over 42% of women users of public transport find them unsafe. So of course, safety is undoubtedly pivotal, but it is just one piece in a puzzle. There are a lot of other factors as well, but I mean everybody has discussed so many parameters that really affect women's travel. So affordability is one. So based on our survey, over 40% of women find metro unaffordable. That was the second stat that I asked you guys to guess. So coming on to the third one, the other parameters that really influence the travel decisions are accessibility and reliability. So around 43.6% of women lack ready access to easy understand bus schedules and routes. That was the third stat that I threw on you guys. But women, as we know, it's not one homogeneous user group. It's a heterogeneous user group. In that, based on age and disability, and coming on to the transgenders bit. During this survey, we had 2%, of course, a smaller percentage of transgenders that we surveyed, but we really wanted to capture their voice as well. So based on this survey, we figured out that they are 4 to 5 times more likely to face sexual harassment on public transport as compared to their cisgendered counterparts. So that is another interesting finding that we got from the survey. I mean, these insights are also clubbed in our data comics. You can, of course, check it out on our website whenever you have time. But having said that, all that, as earlier Aravinda mentioned in her presentation, that cities are implementing few interventions and tech solutions are one. Here I want to highlight that technology is basically as a catalyst that can make public transport safe, affordable, reliable, and accessible. But it should not be the only requirement. It should be accompanied with the gender responsive infrastructure, which of course I think the next lecture is on that and they'll deep dive into that. So tech solutions, as you see, they are available and they are present at every level of trip, from trip planning to boarding the vehicle to grievance filing and redressal. And tech solutions are also key in capturing and gathering the gender disaggregated data to really understand the women's travel needs. Of course, I mean, a lot of people have already talked about it, so I'll not get into it. Now, these solutions are present both in hardware and software. Generally, when it comes to tech, the first thing comes in our mind is, apps, websites. But there are also hardware solutions that comes in tech solutions, but we usually do not really, think, or they don't come to our mind at the first go. So if you see these digital boards, which gives a real-time information about, a bus ETA, or these smart cards. I think in the morning session, Mr. Shehzad Alam talked about NCMC cards. So that's also a tech solution, but, which can, of course, really, help people in shifting towards or helping in taking or moving towards public transport. I just want to highlight over here that when OMI, we conducted last year some focus group discussions in Mumbai and Ahmedabad, and when we were having a discussion on technology, I think all the 100 women that were part of the FGDs, they mentioned about emergency apps, which sort of help them to either send their locations to their family members, or these helpline numbers which easily get them connected to the police. So I think that's one point that was really highlighted by all the women participants in our FGD. Yeah, but we do have these tech solutions, but are we really utilizing their full potential in making our urban mobility gender responsive? I believe there are few gaps that should be addressed. Few of them I'm just mentioning over here is gender inclusivity is either an afterthought or not adequately prioritized. Women are often not considered as equal stakeholders or equal users of that particular tech solution, or you will find very women exclusive tech solutions. They're not inclusive. So here I'm talking about the inclusivity part. Why are we aiming to develop very women exclusive tech solutions, or just not even think about them? So that's one point. Secondly, we have often noticed that different city authorities and departments have their own tech tools, meeting their own objective. But the catch over here is that these tools do not talk to each other. So the data remain in silos. Thirdly, the data that is being collected is huge and overwhelming. So the thing is, we're not fully tapping into it. The valuable insights that could be discovered while putting these, while putting the data from different departments together and making sense of it could be a lot more helpful, but we're not doing that bit. Thirdly, the lack of comprehensive vision and strategy. So now we just think about tech solutions as pilots or as smaller projects. We do not really integrate them into the holistic vision to make the urban mobility gender responsive. So what can be done to make it better or to address these gaps? Firstly and foremost is to formulate a comprehensive vision and strategy for gender responsive urban mobility, incorporating tech solutions. Women should be considered as equal stakeholders, and they should not be just, they should not be just engaged just for user, testing, or when you're implementing. They should be part of the discussions when you're framing your problem, while you're developing your tech solutions. So they should be an integral part of the entire planning and design and implementation process. Thirdly, a cross-agency collaboration through standard protocols and platforms should be set up so that all the different data is collected by different departments and authorities come together at a particular platform, and a lot more interesting and valuable insights could be generated out of it that can form, maybe how the bus, what we can decide the bus routes, the bus scheduling. A lot can be done if we bring in all the data at one particular platform and build that particular platform. Also, the tech solutions that we build should also be modular. For example, if Mumbai is building a tech solution and it's successful, and if it's modular, maybe another city do not have to reinvent the wheel. They can take that particular tech solution and contextualize it based on their city needs and use it. Lastly, we all know, and I want to acknowledge over here, the gender digital divide that we have. So we should be very cognizant of the fact that whatever we develop, whatever tech solution we develop, it should be inclusive, taking into account this particular divide. So let's bridge this gap and create tech solutions to build inclusive cities.
Thank you, Aishwarya. We'll invite you back on stage at the end of the next presentations when we'll combine all our questions together. I'm sure we have many, many questions. Please hold on to them. Let me next call to stage Apurva Nandish and Neerja Gupta. Apurva from Safety Pin. Apurva Nandish is the Senior Program Associate and Neerja Gupta is the Program Manager at Safety Pin, and they're going to take us through some very interesting tech-based solutions. Over to you.
Thank you, Arvinda. Good afternoon, everyone. Oh, can I get a great. Okay, following the masterclass rule, as we say. So let's commence with some number game. So what percentage of women have, say, in Delhi, have reported facing sexual violence while using public transport? Any guesses? 15, 1 5?
How are you coming up with such specific numbers?
Okay, so we have 15, we have 71, 90, okay. All right, so it's 88% of women have reported to have faced sexual violence. Next question. What percentage of women have reported of foregoing their economic or educational opportunities because their public spaces are not safe?
Who said 52?
Aishwarya. Anybody else? Okay. Aishwarya, you're bang on with the number. It's 52%. Great. Okay, last one. In Delhi, of the number of bus stops that we have in the city, how many have shelters? Built structure. How many have shelter? How many bus stops have shelter? Interesting. They're very close by the way. It's only 18% that there are bus shelters. So right from the beginning, you have been hearing since morning that public spaces or public transport systems are not safe in India. And there is a need to work towards it, make it more safe, make it more responsive to women's needs and concerns. So that's precisely the space we are in. We are Safety Pin. We are a social impact organization. We assist various government authorities in planning and designing the urban system that is inclusive and responsive to women's needs. And with an agenda that let's build a city that is safe for all. So how do we go about it is we have 3 applications that is in-house. That is My Safety Pin, Safety Pin Night, and Safety Pin Site. I'll speak about it in detail in the subsequent slides. Using these tools, we have data in over 65 cities in covering 16 countries. And with this, we have safety data of about 5 lakhs that we have used, and we have assisted government authorities in taking up the right action, wherein they can be more aware and as well as include certain policies or programs that looks at women's perspective. So the first app that I was talking about is My Safety Pin app. This app is available for anyone to use. It's available on our Apple as well as our Android Play Store. This application is a crowd-source-based data collection application where we use 9 parameters, right from assessing how the physical infrastructure of a place is, to what is the social usage of the public space. So the 9 parameters covers right from lighting to what is the distance at which I can avail a public transport, and so on and so forth. Of the 9, 8 parameters are subjective, and the last parameter, that is on feeling, is very objective to the person who is doing the survey, to understand what that individual, beyond the 8 parameters that we are looking at, what does that individual feel when that person goes on ground to do the survey. So that's the set of parameters we use, and the data that gets collected, it's rated on, the safety audit is done on a rating of 0 to 3, and which has been marked from red to green. So red is the ones, or the 0 is the ones which is most poor, and green or 3 is the opposite, which is best. And collectively, we come up with a safety score of a place which is marked on 10. And these are the, these are the other set of features that we use using those crowdsourced data that we have gathered from this application. Right from, say, if you want to go to a particular destination, so put in your origin and destination on the app, and that will show you which is the safest route that you can take among, say, some 3-4 options that you get. And also you can give that, you can share your location with your family or with your friends when you're traveling alone, so that they can track your whereabouts. And also we have a nearby option, which essentially says that if you're in any kind of distress, if you have to reach out to, say, police officer, or say need some emergency, then you can go to this feature where you can find the nearest option, say a clinic or police station that you can reach out to. The next application is Safety Pin Night. We use this application, this is an image-based application. What we do is we mount the camera on the windshield of a car, and we take a drive-through, and every 50 meters the phone captures images. And the images, we run a machine learning program on it to assess what is the condition, what is the safety condition of the place that we have been audited. The last one is the Safety Pin Site. This tool we specifically use to understand the qualitative aspect of the public space. So we use this application, this is a web application, which it's like a list of questionnaires that you can feed in. You can also collect the pictures, as well as the information that you gather, it is geo-coordinated. So you use the set of data to understand the qualitative aspect of a place. Using these 3, I'll just quickly take you all through certain use cases. First one is the Delhi use case, wherein what we did is using the My Safety Pin Night application, we did a safety audit back in 2016, and we found that there were over 7,000 dark spots. We went to the government, shared the data with them, and they took up our data. In fact, we also went on ground to show what is the issue in certain place. Why is there a dark spot? Or even to an extent of what is, if there is a lower illumination, what are the reasons for lower illumination? Is it because more part of the streetlights are not functioning? Is it because it's been covered by, say, some hoarding or some tree leaves? What are the issues? So we went on ground with the engineers to take them through the actual scenario on ground. Then in 2019, we were commissioned again to remap the whole city to understand what is the change and to what extent has there been a change with the use of data. And we saw there was 60% reduction because they used our data and they brought in certain intervention. Last year, we redid the same exercise, and we found a further reduction of 25%. This is a case study in Buenos Aires. So World Bank and government of Argentina were working on modernizing or say upgrading their existing passenger railway line. And they wanted to understand beyond just infrastructural changes, what are the other elements that we need to look at from a women's perspective. We were commissioned to do this assessment, and this assessment was done using safety pin site application, which is a qualitative way of gathering the information and understanding the place. So this was done in very close collaboration with the maintenance team and the railway operators. So over here, there was 52 railway stations, and of which we selected 7 railway stations which were also in the planning stage of making it a multimodal hub. So we looked at how the railway station is right from the point of, is it safe, is it accessible, and if you're looking at multimodal, making it a multimodal hub, what is the condition of bus stops nearby in a radius of 800 meters? What is the condition of lighting there? What are the other provisions, say, how is passenger information being disseminated there? And how is the walking condition from bus stop to the railway station if one has to, access it? So that's the set of, say, exercise that we carried out in Buenos Aires. The last of this segment is our work in Bogota, wherein Bogota had, say, 200 plus kilometers of cycle track, and they wanted to know whether the cycle track is safe enough, or what kind of intervention we may have to take it up so that we can increase the usage or the ridership of cyclists, as well as bring in more women to cycle in the city. So in 2016, we did the mapping of these cycle tracks, and this is the first of a kind that we did, wherein we used safety pin night application. Generally, we have done it in car, where mounting the phone on the windshield and driving through the city, but over here we did it with cycles. So all those 200 plus kilometers that you can see, all the network, that's a cyclist, set of volunteers, they rode on this network, had their My Safety Pin app, Safety Pin Night app, Safety Pin Night app, and they marked the entire network to understand what is the condition of lighting. Are there any obstruction while cycling? And what is the environment, what is the built environment around? Are there people around? Are there, say, commercial entities? Are there shops? Are there vendors around? So those were the set of parameters that were mapped, and we gave our recommendation to improve the lighting. And in 2018, the government asked us to redo this exercise, remap this exercise to understand again what is change. And it was also assessed that certain public spaces, like some public square or certain parks, around there, wherever the cycle tracks were, they were not used by people. And why is that? Because lighting was extremely poor. In most cases, it was not even functional. So with our recommendation, we saw that when we remapped the whole network, we saw that there was a drastic change in the improvement in the lighting condition, as well as the usage of cycle track, the infrastructure in itself. And so what they also did is, a part of the network of cycle track, they were along some certain low-income communities. And they also recognized that this is the best opportunity to engage community people, and they built in they built an open space, of course they modified it in such a way that now community participation has increased, in a way that there are a lot of young adults as well as women who gather in certain celebratory ways. They also host certain film screening, other such activities, and also that has improved the cyclists, especially around the area where 2 years before there were nobody else. Now with this, now that we spoke about what are the tools that we use and how we have used in certain cities and what been the impact over there, my colleague Niruja will now take you through how we use these tools and how do we build community participation and what's been the take over there. Niruja, to you.
Hello.
Thank you, Apurva. Thank you for taking us through the tools and how these tools can create an impact on the city planning process. While these tools are very essential in decision making, these are also powerful tools in the hands of citizens in the hands of government stakeholders, and in the hands of women when talking about technology-led or digital technology-led and data-led decision-making. Engagement of communities. Engagement of communities, especially women, to conduct safety audits in the cities and communities they live in, empower these individuals, foster diverse perspectives, and drive effective problem solving. It enables a space for dialogue for transparent and accountable and thriving communities. Despite significant advancements in technology and connectivity, women in India face barriers such as limited access to devices, internet connectivity, digital literacy, and cultural norms that restrict their participation in digital sphere. My friend Aishwarya was just talking about the digital divide. Can anybody tell that how many percentage of women in India have cell phones against the number of men? 37, okay. Aishwarya knows all the numbers. Great. So it's roughly 31% of women own cell phones against 60% of men in India currently. Given this kind of a structure, it is imperative to collect maximum voices and reach out to people irrespective of their access to phones, irrespective of their access to technology. One of SafeTipin's vertical, or one of the primary areas of work, is engaging with communities and diverse communities coming from resource-limited backgrounds. In one of our cases, that is Madanpur Khadar, which is actually a tight, densely packed grain structure in South Delhi, to capture a holistic perspective on women's perspective about their communities and neighborhood. Women in this community not only conducted My SafeTipin audits, but they also participated in mental mapping exercises. What they were doing, they were mapping their everyday urbanism. In their everyday urbanism, they were talking about the routes they take, the landmarks they identify, some of the important public spaces they visit. You can see on the map, I think it's not visible over here, but there is a jalebi chalk and a samosa chalk over there. Because there are like these really famous jalebis and samosas that they buy from there, but that remains in their memory. After a lot of conversation, putting together the qualitative and quantitative data, we learned that women in this neighborhood do not access public spaces. One, they are very limited public spaces. Second, if there are any, that is like the parks or small chaurahas or chalks, they're mostly loitered by men and or are very limited in terms of infrastructure based on the parameters that we were discussing earlier, lighting, sitting spaces, it's unclean, unhygienic, etc., etc. When asked, where do you hang out? Where do you go to talk to your friends? They suggested that there is this terrace on one of the NGOs, Jagori. Jagori, for anybody who is not aware of, is one of the organizations that works towards women empowerment and women's right for over decades. So they said that they hang out on this terrace. And after multiple conversations and consultation with these women who are of that community, there was an urban intervention that took place, was to redevelop this terrace to respond to their needs, to respond to particularly what they were looking for. They were looking for a place to relax, recreate, and practically loiter and do nothing without being judged, without being questioned. So through such examples, we can see that not only quantitative data, but also qualitative data can come together to bring out change when it comes to communities and cities. Another important stakeholder in this conversation is young people. India is one of the leading countries in the youth population with a median age of 28 years old. Of course, the future of our country is in the hands of young people, and so should be technology. Under our ongoing initiative of Cities for Youth, over 300 young people, mostly women, participated to conduct over 5,000 safety audits in 3 cities of Rajasthan. Some of these girls even reported that, leaving data collection apart, this was such a nice time for us because for the first time our parents allowed us to step outside after evening hours. So technology-led data collection, technology-facilitated gender-based responsive cities. It's not only about taking it to the right people to change the city, but it's also an important tool in the hands of people to empower themselves, to bring a sense of confidence that they are also contributors when it comes to taking decisions and making some change in their environment. These young people These young people took this data back to their communities. They had conversations about safety, accessibility, and mobility within their neighborhoods and largely in the context of the city that they were residing in. Now, when we talk about data and communities and people, this is sort of majorly capturing the voice of individuals, citizen group, and taking it forward to stakeholders. In today's rapidly evolving landscape, the adaptation of data for decision making is a necessity. We aim to take this data and insights from our analysis, from our collection, to empower decision makers for an informed and strategic decision making towards gender responsive city planning and policy recommendations. In the same context of Rajasthan, where the young people had collected all this data, they participated in a consultation where major stakeholders, city departments came together and they walked them through the kind of experiences they had while collecting the data. What does the narrative of safety in Jaipur looks like? And this collaboration took us a step ahead into bringing this data onto the city data platforms of Smart City Jaipur, collaboration with DWCD on adaptation of My Safe Tippin app, and participation with Public Transport Department into bringing a model street. What does a model street for young people or gender responsive cities look like? Not only in India, but this data then becomes like an evidence. And in the case of Durban, the women conducted safety audits on taxi ranks, and taxi drivers helped collect images across the city. This particular data with all its insight is now integrated in the Ethicwini Municipal Cooperation. The data is available on their dashboards, and the city stakeholders are now working towards a gender mainstream development plan. Similarly, the safety data for Pune and Surat is also integrated on the IUDX platform, which is an initiative by Mahua to create a unified database platform for different types of data available across the city. So we have one platform where you have data related to safety, data related to citizenship, data related to police, and other gaps in operations integrated on one platform. These are some of the ways and methodologies where not only getting the tools into place, getting a data with set of recommendations into place, and taking it to the right stakeholders, how does technology help facilitate such kind of responses towards gender mainstreaming? With that, I'll come to a pause and hand it over back. Thank you.
Thank you, Neeraja. Good. Okay, very good. If our timekeeper could tell us if we have some time for Q&A right now. We do? We do? Okay. We have 5 minutes for some Q&A. Can I request Aishwarya, Apur? Yeah. And in the meantime, can we have our questions? We'll consolidate our questions and place them to our presenters. Also Apurva and Neeraja.
Any questions on how technology can be used to advance gender responsive mobility systems in our cities? Or is that very well understood?
It's a huge body of work. We've seen many examples.
Okay, I think if there are no questions, we'll ensure that their email IDs are
sure.
Circulated, so people might reach out to you. Do you want to call up on our next speaker?
So we've heard about what kind of data we need and how important that is, and how do we go about collecting that data. And now, the grand plan of how do we use it, and what it is that we'll do with it. So for the next session, I'm going to call on stage Sonal Shah from the Urban Catalyst. Sonal Shah is the founder and the CEO of Urban Catalyst. She's going to take us through infrastructure that is gender responsive. Over to you.
Okay. So it's a post-lunch session. I'm the fourth speaker. You're probably like me, but not too much. So let's get up. Up, 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 up. Let's get some blood flowing, right? Yeah, yeah. Let's get some blood flowing. What do we want to do? When we just sit for a very long time, shoulders get stiff. Yeah. So, shall we try some shoulder exercises? Yes. Come on. Right? We've heard this data, and we are flexing our muscles, our body and our brain muscles, to saying, how will I use this data, right? Excellent. Next. Yeah. 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 And the last one, yes. We will do something about this. Hum kuch karenge. We are committed, and we will go forward. Okay. Before we start, question. Super. Okay. All right. Okay. So, sit down. Okay. Before we start, great. Huh? Okay. Wait. Okay. Before we start, questions. We just had the presentation of the interim budget, right? What was the allocation to infrastructure as a share of GDP for financial year 24? Hands. Preferably from the back. First, hands. Oh, no hands? We have some guess, guys. Folks, not guys, folks. 20%, okay. 20% of GDP, okay. Okay. Any others? Give me at least 3 answers. Please, let's just talk. 3%. Sorry? 3%. Who is this? 3%. Okay. Correct. 3.3%. Right? Okay. Which 3, and most of it was oriented towards transport and the logistics sector. Which 3 subsectors in transport are investments towards? So examples of subsectors are water transport, air transport, railways, urban public transport, roads and highways. So which 3 sectors received the highest allocations in the transport sector? 3. Okay, roads and highways, I almost gave the answer. After that? Okay, great. Third?
Metro.
Okay, guys, one sec. Someone said air, someone said metro, okay. Freight, okay. The third one was urban public transport, a large share of which is towards metro rail systems, some of it towards buses and electric buses as well, right? Okay, so as we begin to talk about infrastructure, I think maybe the first question to ask, what is infrastructure? So again, show of hands, what is infrastructure? If you agree, please raise your hands. And I think we'll just try and get a sense. Roads or public toilets? Yeah, what is infrastructure, right? Okay, no, hands up, no guys, up. Boldly, there's nothing to be afraid of. Okay, all right, some share, all right. Technology. Is technology infrastructure? Okay. Hands up, no? Up, I just want to get a sense. Okay. All right. People. People infrastructure. Who are the odd ones? Yeah. Are people infrastructure? Okay, very few. Is infrastructure a system? Hands up. Okay. So, some definition as per the Oxford Dictionary. Infrastructure is the physical, and the organizational structures and facilities needed for the operation of a society or enterprise, right? What does that mean? Is that it's not only about physical infrastructure, but the systems that are required to plan, to design, to maintain, and to integrate with other systems. And therefore, people are also infrastructure because we need to invest in people in order to create the teams who will design that infrastructure, no? We need the right expertise. Many of us heard of Ines in the morning. We need to invest in the right expertise. We need to build their capabilities, right? And we need to employ them as well. So I think commonly we don't think about people. I'm glad we think technology is infrastructure, but it is also a part of an infrastructure system. Now, here, I think you'll have heard a lot about data, right? So where does physical, now I'm going to focus a little bit more on physical infrastructure and say, where does physical infrastructure sit within a gender-responsive urban mobility system? You have this data. What can you do with this data? We've seen data on safety, on gender inequity in transport. Examples. The first entry point is policies, programs, and projects. Examples. Give me examples. Examples in India or anywhere where the data was used to formulate a policy, a program, or a project on gender-responsive mobility system. It can be any mode of transport. Examples? Sorry? Which fund? Any example of a policy that explicitly looks at gender-responsive public transport, streets? The Nirbhaya Fund, okay? So the Nirbhaya Fund, in principle, aimed to look at or address women's safety more broadly with one component focused on public transport. Whether it was driven by data is a question, right? But it was. Okay, that's an example. Women's coach. Okay, that would come here, infrastructure and services, right? It's not necessarily a policy, it's not a program yet, but it is. The women's only coach, along with the marking, comes here, right? Yes? Okay? All right, okay. One here, okay, two here, and then we had a hand. Hands up, folks. I can't see. Three. Folks at the back. Okay, back. No, nobody wants to answer. Okay, yeah.
So the height of qualifying height for a women bus driver has come down because there was a lot of data signifying that there's a benchmark of a certain height and therefore not much women were participating as the bus driver.
Where would this be part of in the entry points? Employment and standards, correct. It's an intersection of employment and standards because a minimum height criteria was set by the Delhi Transport Corporation to recruit women bus drivers, which was reduced to 153 centimeters. Second thing that they also did is that earlier they had a provision that if you had a heavy vehicle license, you had to drive a heavy commercial vehicle for 3 years, which they which they forewent, and women after getting a license, an HCV license, would be trained by DTC along with a stipend, right? So this is an example of an initiative that looks at standards in order to increase employment in the transport sector. Okay, yeah? Wait, I think his hand and then yours. What is the data they used? Not many people owning autos, right? Yeah, okay. So this is an example. So where will this come? This is a policy, right? At some level, but perhaps one that doesn't have sufficient data, correct? Just because there are fewer women who own auto rickshaws, putting a target, no, 1/3 of all e-autos will be given to women may not necessarily give you that intended outcome, but sure, it would broadly fall within this realm. Okay, her and then you. Yes, please.
Mandated reservation of e-rickshaws for only women and transgenders to improve their employment as well as bringing the safety.
Where would it come? Here?
Employment policy.
I think more in employment. So what did they do? Crude, in this case, so this is an interesting example because you spoke about Delhi and you're speaking, they employed the women. So the women don't own the autos, but they're employed by Crude, right? So this gives stable employment for them in, when they're driving these e-rickshaws and also trans persons, right? Okay. Guys, no one, okay. Yeah, Saleha.
This one's broad, but just looking at data and increasing female participation in the workforce, and I mean, that's affecting multiple policies, even transport, and also looking at gender impact.
It's broad. Right? It's very broad, which can set the context, but may not allow me, it may be the starting point, right? We heard her, an overall understanding of women's participation in the transport sector. It will set a context, but it may not allow me to frame policies, programs, or projects. Yeah? Anyone read our National Urban Transport Policy? Yes? What about that? What about that? Okay. It talks about it. How far does it go? How far does it go? It looks at safety, okay. Maybe like, there might be like 5 words on safety. Yeah. So there are policies that may talk about inclusion in their vision statements, but may not do sufficiently to translate into programs and projects, right? So let's be aware as well in terms of, there is a policy, yeah, it talks about, women, gender minorities, different groups, but how far does it go? So examples of guidelines, street design guidelines, very, very important, and we at the Urban Catalyst also created street design guidelines based on women and girls mobility for in 3 cities across Bihar. So just some examples of that. Grievance redressal mechanism, we've not heard about that. What does that include? Sorry? Panic, SOS buttons, helplines. Yeah, but what is the purpose? What is the purpose? The purpose is for any individual to provide feedback and to trust that system in order to address their grievance. So I'll just provide one data point from Delhi. In a depot for 2 months, when we looked at their data on the number of complaints that they had received about 120 complaints. Women, there were 17 complaints from women. 12 of the 17 were about buses not stopping for women, right? So this is one data point which tells you a little bit about maybe women are not complaining enough, and let's understand why. So data always becomes an entry point for us to understand why. Okay, budgets. Budgets are the most critical in planning, in ensuring that policy and program actions get implemented on the ground. And a key piece that Ines also spoke about is needing the right human resources. Anyone remembers the gender equality unit that she spoke about this afternoon, right? What is some kind of expertise that might be required? A gender expert in transport, but also someone in communications to drive that message and to also drive gender equality within the organization, right? Because, okay, how many women in the transport sector in India? Correct. So, I mean, less than 1% of working women are in the labor force, are in the transport sector, right? So so we have human resources, capacity development, looking at technical capacity, but also looking at mindsets and behaviors, right? There are gender biases, right? लड़कियों को रात को बाहर नहीं जाना चाहिए, वो छोटे कपड़े क्यों पहनती हैं, right? And those have to be addressed simultaneously with physical infrastructure projects. We've already seen the use of technology in data collection, right? Some of this is there. And the last one is governance. Okay, so let's say you have been made responsible for planning a gender-responsive urban mobility system, let's say public transport. How many agencies do you think you would need to work with in order to achieve this? How many, and name those? Okay, transport department. Which city would this be? Let's give an example. Okay, so Gurgaon, you would work with the state, you're saying. You'd work, or you could also work with the municipal corporation. Okay, so municipal corporation, the police, DWCD, then GM, Gurgaon Metropolitan Development Authority. Why?
Because the bus stops and the roads are under there.
Okay, so streets are under Gurgaon Municipal Corporation and GMDA. Bus stops are under GMDA. Then, and yeah, GMDA might be there.
GMCDL, the one who operates the buses.
Okay, so Gurgaon, what? GMDCL, who operates the buses. So does that give us an idea that right here we have identified at least 4 agencies who would have to be coordinated, or your gender equality unit would have to oversee the projects by all these authorities in order to ensure that there is safe and secure travel from home to home. I'd like one more example. So we have Gurgaon, any other city? For what? Electricity. Oh, for street lights. Yes, please, of course. Bangalore is so dark because they can't afford to pay the electricity department. I mean, at least that's what I've been told. But yeah, okay, sure. But that would still be a second-tier agency, right? The first one is whether there are enough street lights and whether the street lights provide lighting where we want, not only the carriageway but also the footpaths, right? Yeah.
Delhi Metro and Haryana Metro for the first and last mile connectivity, so that also need to be.
First and when you're thinking about a metro rail system, yeah. Okay. So I hope this gives you some background about a system, a gender-responsive urban mobility system, and it will look, and one will really have to go by mode because it's pretty complex otherwise. So what we are going to do now is we are now going to break out in groups, and we are going to apply what we have heard through the day into talking about physical infrastructure. What might a gender-responsive street look like? What are its elements? So we look at physical infrastructure and the data required, as well as data and technology. So physical infrastructure, what are those elements? and then data and technology where relevant. Second group will look at parks. Third group will look at buses. And the fourth group will look at bus shelters. Yeah? I think Harshita will share in terms of the times, and also now over to you, Harshita.
Okay, so we'll just have 8 tables where we're doing this exercise. So I'm just going to call out 8 facilitators. Your job, so we'll just divide the room into 8 tables, and then we'll all find ourselves a table, and then we work together to, we'll all be given a print. You could either get streets, parks, buses, bus shelters. So a facilitator will ensure that, they're there to give you a few prompts to discuss and ideate for about 15 minutes. And then we come back and just present our learnings to the groups. Some of us will present because we all need to also go get coffee, so yeah. Okay, so I'll call out 8 presenters. It is the 8 facilitators. It is your job to ensure that your table is, you have a table, you have a print, and you have people discussing around it. Okay, Sonal, you are table number 1. Yeah, I'm table number 2. Arvinda, please stand up. Table number 3. Manisha, table number 4. Shraddha, table number 5. Kanika, table number 6. Where's more WRI folks?
Listen, we also have folks from Safety Pin. Yeah, let's take their help as well.
Niruja, table number 7. Apurva, table number 8. You want to stand up? We'll share the prompts with you. Okay. So okay. No, now you have to get up, go get a table. This is my table.
Okay.
Okay.
Table. Okay. All right. Table 1. All right.
1. There.
So table 1 is here.
All of the students, please come and join us.
Yeah. Table 1 is here, and Aishwarya, hands up. Agarwal from OMI has gladly agreed to help me.
Okay, great. Just delegated.
Okay, table 1. Harshita, you were table 2?
Table 2 here.
Yeah. Table 3. Table 3 is here.
No, that's Kanika. Table 3.
Table 3. Arvinda, table 4. Table 5. Manisha, table 5. Manisha, hands up.
I can see people exit. That's, we'll find you.
Okay, table 6. Who's... Okay. Where's table 7? Okay, Niruja, table 7, right next to the camera. Table 8, Apurva. Yeah. Okay. So now people are...
Kanika, Bansal to nahi hai. But Kanika ki group chal raha hai. Guys, please come forward from the back. Please come forward. Please come on each table. Yeah, please come and join table 2. I have only one person now. Wow, I really drove people away. Yeah, break that table up.
Students, hi, please don't go away, please join us.
Okay, are we settled? We have a lot of people who are standing here.
I don't know. Give the back.
You have?
So only this much of us.
Okay, folks, so the questions will be broadly, what is the data required to make this infrastructure gender responsive? What might be the physical elements of the physical design, right? So I think you also have post-its. Yeah? So please use post-its and sketch pens and cull out those ideas. We are at 4:30. We have 30 minutes. Correct, no? We have 30 minutes.
No, this is for disabled. This is for disabled. Disabled and senior citizen. Senior citizen.
One is technology. We are driving. And the fourth sector can be and the fourth sector can be how do we involve governments and government systems to make the space a better space. Usually it's infrastructure.
The front door.
So they are more gender responsive. What we can do is we can basically dilapidated usually best does that. There is like senior citizens or even BLBs. So they also it was earlier it was there. So we can come to this issue. We can first identify challenges, issues, and if you're not visibility, no. Men can also alight from that. But after that, the women can get from that. Okay, so there's a can happen in that. And then सामने जो sitting है, that can all be fixed for women. Like 5 to 6
reserved seats है ना? Reserved seats should be in the. This is all for females. front of the bus. डोर की बात कर रहे हैं तो doors are three doors. Right? The front door.
I think it's a well. It seems like a well. Yeah.
It's a fountain. Reserve.
No, but then I can see some depth over here. So probably I think it's a well or it's a like a pond or something. Light.
We don't see what I can see.
Maybe some store or
Yeah, because in Bombay and buses, usually alighting of women, boarding of women can be from the front door, and men and women alighting also from there. It happens in that way. But only if the patience is needed, that all should get done, and then the woman can get inside after that. Yeah, it happens. No, I think that's fine.
This is what is hardly existing. I heard that 78% are facing harassment. So why can't we have like this? Fix this gate for women boarding and alighting. So I am not physically segregating the bus. I am segregating the buses that way. That I let people, because this is a wider door. Two men can board and alight, two people. So why can't we do that? My understanding is that why can't we have that? That we have what you are saying is right, the existing practice, right? But considering that
No, I'm just thinking holistically. This is not about a woman. If I say if I'm giving 4 to 5 seats ahead for women, and there is a normal line which is just for alighting for men also. So it serves the bus का पूरा content also, instead of kiosking at the front door. यहाँ पे सारे खड़े हो गए, उधर कुछ नहीं है. So the bus should be evenly distributed also as per passenger capacity. It's what I am thinking and just putting my point.
So how BMTC buses operate essentially, not the non-AC buses, is between the front door and the back door. That entire section is for women only.
Okay, that's what I'm saying.
And that's how boarding and alighting for women from the front door works well. And if men board, they don't alight from the front door. They usually board because the bus is moving, and then they have to move back to the men's section. They have to move back to the men's section, and that is where they board and alight. Both.
So okay, the other door is only for
So
men.
the reservation is not for 4 to 5 seats only. It's the entire portion of the bus between the two doors, which is
depending upon the female ridership on the bus, right? So if the bus is like, I'm saying that the design would be like this, that you fix only three 6 seats, right? So 6 seats means 12 females, right? And we have standing also. So if I have 10 standing,
also
we have a 20
stand there.
So I have at least 20 females in the bus at a point of time they can travel. And rest of the bus, I'm taking only 3 seats. We have 30 seats capacity, right? 36 seater capacity, right? So rest of the buses, मैंने 6 seats लिया है ना, बाकी 30 seats का
So disabled भी होते हैं उनके लिए भी रखना
disabled भी अगर disabled demographic senior citizen
depends.
Okay. So what we can do is the front of the bus we can have for senior citizen, disabled and the females, yeah. And rest of the bus, so that means if we fix one bus for senior citizen and one seat and one seat for disabled, so my 6 seats are gone, right? 3 and 2, 5 seats are gone. So the rest of my seats are gone. And second thing, what I like, okay,
I just want to add one more point. If I can see from the picture, the women are holding that rod, but they are not able to handle that. So I think that height difference is a major issue for every woman, because as per Indian context, our height are not that much, so most of the issues are because of that. They keep on holding here and there, and then many things happen. Yeah.
for the bus body design, it says that the minimum should be 800 mm and maximum is 900 mm. Approach. What it means that my if I have taken average height of 5 feet, 5 feet, right? And my pant 1.5. So 1900 becomes okay. But what I think is how many 1900 एवरेज हाइट उससे 5 से भी कम है सो ये जो है ना ये वी आर नॉट एबल टू होल्ड दिस सो या दिस नीड टू बी एड्रेस्ड या स्ट्रेट द हैंड एंड फिर क्या होता है आपको सडन जर्क लगेगा ना वी आर नॉट एबल टू
कीप डैशिंग ऑन
ये जो
usually they travel with some kid or bags or
हैंड क्रैप जो है ये अगर एक सपोज इस लेडी ने पकड़ लिया सो नोबडी एल्स कैन होल्ड दैट
Press their head,
एक ही रहेगा ये वी कैन हैव माइंड ऑफ दीस मोर एंड प्लस
और else वो रॉड में ही कुछ मैकेनिज्म ग्रिप का कर सकते हैं जिससे दे कैन होल्ड इट बेटर या rather than if the handles can also hit men badly so if we can make something grip format for the rod itself can also work out grip conditions
rods can have something
yeah it may hit other people also
next thing
then I feel one announcement system can be added wherein usually they are not able to see what the station is coming next or it is not working so some announcement what is coming up next yeah English the local language is needed
And what I've seen in Crude, the Mo bus system in Odisha, the Crude, there are like emergency buttons in these rods to stop. So if you like press here, the driver gets to know ki. We have seen in Delhi a lot of places they don't stop the buses at a few
one is
stations.
stuck behind
So
and
they
she's
just
not able to move ahead.
So if they don't find any passengers like coming in the queue to alight here, so they will just go to the next stop. They won't stop there. So we can just have some stop buttons that we have like in Odisha.
That will be used for like emergency stops. That is all.
Because one want to get to that stop, same stop, but not able to. That can be useful. Like which is the next stop? Secondly,
no, it's not that. That's not
yeah, you're adding it. Yeah.
Okay, announcements say one you said the next stop and
also giving them usually it happens if men come and sit randomly on the seat. One
the
is
priority
also
sitting
in front
announcements
of
should be there.
and
Priority sitting.
Seats are reserved for women.
About reserved seats, right?
Or they can be painted or colored in a different way.
But in spite of that, okay, we can't see the height of the step, right? First step from the ground, so how high it is. So I can't see that, but like अगर standard chassis है truck वाला, तो the height would be more 500 mm के करीब इसका height, जबकि low floor का 250 के करीब. So what is that we do?
Ensure whatever you can't say we're not going to write any about it, but there's so many other things that are also insurances. Do you think that these lights are working in every sense of the word? Do you think they're comfortable? Do you think that it is a rush hour? Do you think they are?
It is a rush hour.
It is a rush hour. Do you think they feel safe? Safety can mean in terms of like safety. Basically, safety is disadvantage. If my belongings are safe.
That also we can add in the announcement. That we can announce take care of our like belongings. मतलब what I mean कि मतलब we should be like responsible for our belongings. मतलब that can be a problem in a very.
So that is you telling people that okay, when you go on the road, ensure that you take care of yourself. Which everyone does, right? Do you think it may be useful for people to actually say that this is the headline, there is something, if something goes wrong, this is the headline, and this is what we need to help. Do you think that might actually deter some people
To not to do, to not to, yes.
Exactly. When do I also do the
we can't see any, I don't know whether that is the case, reserve seat marking is not there.
In terms of person and CCTV, okay, both are important in this context. Engagement in the red spots,
maybe disabled कोई दिख नहीं रहा
इसीलिए तो वो जो एक तो चीज़ होती है जो स्पेस का हाइट को बोले उसको फ्रंट इसलिए तो वो फ्रंट का गेट तो वहाँ से मेन बोर्ड नहीं कर सकते
मेट्रो में आता है to get all the complete all the bus
उसी के साथ ही लेके चढ़ेगा ना
and जो नेक्स्ट स्टेशन होता है उसकी लाइट ब्लिंक करने लगती है that kind of information फिर आपको ना उसको अनाउंस नहीं करना पड़ेगा one can see that announcement will happen okay the conductor will be announcement
पीछे के से चढ़ सकते हैं और बैठ सकते हैं no.
How can we enhance that? One is announcement,
Yes, bus like from where to where the bus is going, the particular bus is going from where. Yeah.
that route map with all the buses and with the
Like metro.
digital map with all the bus stops.
One of the things that this Chennai study was talking about is that even when they provide panic buttons in the bus, they don't know who's pressing it. Because the CCTV cameras are usually located at a very random place in the bus. So they're not able to get the data on who's actually, if it's a panic button, not just a stop button, and they're not able to collect data on who's using the panic button. So what they were suggesting was to put it in like a combination of the CCTV camera and the panic button so that you get data on who was actually
Camera nahi hai na, can we see
What other technology? Let's see technology, how technology can help this.
what is that?
Three lights. But to strategically place it closer to the panic button. One recommendation. This is like it's quite a big area. Yeah, but actually one of the circumference of the CCTV is quite big. Studies that we have done depends on
What we can see is there are males sitting in the and all these females are standing. So for in announcements, we can say that give seats to who need them more, right? Or to females or to need them more. So I think reservation
the white one is. So they're usually on the
हाँ they are usually वहाँ पे
or appropriate like signage. That's where the information also lies in the past.
If the bus routes, the bus route map, are we incorporating that only in the bus stops or like also inside the buses?
inside the buses. हाँ जी
In the parking and ad.
Yeah.
Of course, like GPS data.
Like GPS हाँ
Because the Delhi metro at this point, क्या करता है कि if the metro is coming over here, it tells you that इस जगह पे 23% हो गए, इसमें 18, इसमें 45 और इसमें 60. You can actually stand here.
actually, but if you are saying so, it might be.
That's very good. If that is the case, route map and then second is the GPS live crowd management.
Let's go to the last segment and we can come back to add in some
Yeah, they have to actually, but they are not doing it currently.
All groups, please note, we have 10 minutes. Please nominate one person who can report back. Sujata, yeah. 10 minutes. Please nominate one person from your group who will report back.
If there is a break, I fall down, I break my head. What will be the way?
You should have a first aid. That is, normally, हाँ फायर एक्सटिंग्विशर के पास तो
Or at the next bus stop, they are being dropped by them.
Like in case of emergency, every class के पास hammer
Can be broken.
no, it's not yours. हाँ, every panel has a little hammer. हाँ, every panel.
इसमें आएगा ये. Where do we put it?
And this will, हाँ, this will design of the bus design.
बस डिजाइन में तो बहुत सारे फैक्टर्स हैं ना.
हाँ, this will also come under bus design.
बस डिजाइन में what we are saying,
Emergency.
एक मिनट हम ऐप वाली बात भी करते हैं ना. ऐप पे हमने क्या करा?
Application GPS integration करना है ताकि we know when the next bus is coming.
GPS integration.
GPS integration of GPS.
तो मेरे को पेयर इंटीग्रेशन भी चाहिए. Then I need first and last mile connectivity planning.
If you go out of the bus, there are many things we can add.
That's what I'm saying.
If you have to sit inside the bus, then these points are okay. If outside the bus, it's more. Because then what happens, many buses are also covered with advertisement outside. So entire bus get buses are being getting all advertisement for revenue.
Last 5 minutes.
Hide the bus and windows.
Please nominate, make your notes.
Andar kya hai, you never come to know what happens. So that is also safety concern. Because they sell the entire bus for advertisement. That is for infrastructure, revenue infrastructure we can put it in. For infrastructure only we are putting out the revenue. नहीं डिजाइन में नहीं आएगा मैम इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर में आएगा. हाँ so visibility not advertising the entire bus along with the window. Visibility into the bus. Covering with advertisement. Safety and visibility concern.
Can we include service? Like in service staff sensitization for emergency and grievance addressing? Staff sensitization to address emergency and grievances.
इसमें इमरजेंसी तो बस डिजाइन में ही आ जाएगा ना.
नहीं स्टाफ
कैसे हैंडल करता है अगर इमरजेंसी या कोई हरासमेंट का
ट्रेनिंग और वो सब होना चाहिए.
टॉपिक से डाइवर्ट हो रहे हैं.
नहीं no it is a part of it.
Okay, gender sensitive.
Service becomes a huge part of gender inclusiveness out there.
Then we add bus design में हम वो भी डाल देते हैं ना. Step 1.
I mean, you can also say that women actually are saris, etc.
Will there for any service?
फर्स्ट एड तो जनरली होता है उसका वो होता ही है फायर एक्सटिंग्विशर रूट में तो
Everyone, MMRD, I've not seen anything, so you get choked up when some this organization आएगा वो okay.
जब आपको जर्क लगेगा ना तो दिस विल आल्सो मूव एंड तभी आप गिरोगे गिरने वाला जो सीन होता है वो इसीलिए है क्योंकि had it been fixed तब आपका है कि ये नहीं गिरेगा एटलीस्ट यू स्टे वेयर यू आर इफ यू आर होल्डिंग इट प्रॉपर्ली
यस मैम मैम मो बस में जो रूट में जो अप्लाई किया है ओडिशा में वो दीज आर ऑल फिक्स दिस आर फिक्स हाँ मतलब यहाँ पे एक छोटा सा एक प्लास्टिक का होता है जिसमें बोल्ट्स लगे होते हैं तो दिस कीप्स दैट इन पोजीशन और इन
मोबिलिटी ऑफ दैट लाइक मूवमेंट ऑफ दैट दिस लुक एट मैं इसकी बात करूँ
यहाँ पे सर्कल भी कर सकते हो आपको जो
इसको ना फिक्स कर देंगे मिक्सिंग दी हैंड ग्रिप्स So what works a lot of times is when certain buses in their design itself have like a segment where women put a lot of their bags and luggage because women usually travel with a lot of luggage. So in most of the AC buses, what I've seen is when there is a section of the bus, I don't know what goes under it. पता नहीं उसके अंदर स्टेप ड्यूटी क्या होता है, but it's basically a place where people are not seated and people dump a lot of luggage there, and it works really well because more often women are traveling with bags than men. So in this case, I don't see it. So if there can be like a
Please make final notes. Nominate the person who will report back. We have 1 minute. Can we all settle down? Can we all settle down? Arvinda, your group, who is going to present? Okay. Can we all settle down, please? Apurva, your group, who is going to present? Okay. Please settle down. Settle down.
कम हो जाता है
But ma'am, up to up to the updated buses that have a ramp also. So that way, seating is not being prioritized anymore. It's like more seats will be moved from the center and a whole ramp will be installed. So in case any person with disability or a wheelchair user comes in, they actually
ramp से पहले मुझे डोर पे लेना है ना तो वहाँ मेरा पीछे अंदर आएगा कैसे?
So ma'am, the electric switch buses that have come up now, I'm not saying that I have opinion on the design, but I'm saying that seating has actually been compromised to include persons with disability and women.
Airport buses will have this ramp also and ramp here also. For
No, these are very much like within the city switch, city buses, not the it's not KIL, it's 501.
Okay. Everyone, please settle down. We are going to start. Folks, Niruja.
Like one person will face in this side and other person facing this side, like opposite to
Okay,
and this
so we will go in this order. We are going to start first with streets. The person reporting back.
so in that case they can put their luggage here and can sit.
Folks, settle down. Okay, we will start with streets. How many groups have streets? One person. The person reporting back will put their hands up. Okay, 1, 2, 3. 3 people have streets. Okay, so we'll start with this group here. 2 minutes, and then the next group who's doing streets can add to whatever is already there, right? So if you have already discussed and they have covered that, please don't repeat it. Just add to what they have shared. Okay, please come. So anyone wants to lift it up, please? Just lift it up.
Okay, hello everyone. So our street is a street called DN Nagar. It's under the DN Nagar metro station in Mumbai. And we have essentially divided the data that we're going to collect in two ways. First is the primary data, which we directly get from the stakeholder. And then the secondary data, which we will probably ask the government authorities to help us get. So under the primary data, the first thing is going to identify is the identity of the person, which includes, you know, what would be the gender, income, if there is, you know, the disability aspect to it, and, you know, purpose of your trip, if you travel with someone or you travel all by yourself, or what is the reason you're traveling for. If you are actually going to a particular destination, or if there is a landmark that we can map that people are, for example, if there's a school and if there's a woman who's traveling with her child to that particular school, drops and, you know, picks up. So marking those things. And also to understand the comfort and satisfaction, that when you're walking, how comfortable you feel. I mean, it's a little difficult to quantify that, but we can definitely mark it, okay, how from 1 to 5, can you rate how comfortable you feel walking on the street. And then there are some audits that, you know, we could do, for example, the accessibility audits. Also, this is a mix of both kinds of data, which includes data that you take from the people themselves or from the person you're interviewing, but also specific audits that can be conducted. All that can include, you know, how safe you feel, you know, lighting, you know, other accessibility aspects, how high is the footpath, was it continuous, etc. Also wayfinding in that area. Also behavioral data that, you know, why don't you like to go here or why not there? You know, if again, it can encompass n number of reasons from lighting to, you know, foul smell, etc. So trying to capture that behavioral aspect to it. Also, what time do you traverse this street? So also segregating that activity based on gender. If you know, women like to, you know, access this street during a certain day, whereas, okay, in comparison to other genders. Also, technical data like last mile connectivity, availability of amenities, if any, land use pattern, understanding the setbacks, step-backs, permeability along the street, then level of service data, LOS, utilities, stormwater, drainage, etc., traffic accident data, mapping the movement of all the people, if there are vendors, etc., who are parking, conflict points. Yeah, I think we'll wrap up with that.
So, okay. So they've given the data. Okay, clap.
Yeah.
Yeah. So they've done anything to add to this data, and then the design itself.
Do we come up there? Do we speak from here?
I think come up here. I think it's good.
Come here, na? Folks, come here, come here. Oh, you can stand straight. Come here. Let everyone see you. Yeah. I don't think they can see that. No, it's okay. All right. Okay.
Yes, so they talked a lot about research, obviously, which is great. And if there are any points that overlap, I'll just sort of go around them for the time being. But what you are thinking is, first of all, lighting. Obviously, it's important to be comfortable, so the darker areas of the tunnels will need to be lit up. Other than that, we will have to ensure that not a lot of people are parking there, that the area does not, it's not, Yeah. Um, yeah, so as I said first, the area will need to be well lit. All of the darker corners of the tunnel will need to be well lit. Other than that, we have to try to ensure that not a lot of vehicles are parked there, that the footpath is not taken up by, say, two-wheelers or any sort of obstructions. We also have to ensure that there are good signages, even for a bus stop or for any sort of public transport point. A lot of people were also talking about reflectors from our team, because sometimes you have power outages, you still need to be able to see the road or see the area that you're moving through. So having reflectors on, say, the main pillars will be quite useful. Other than that, we were also thinking about multimodal integration, which basically means that, say, you have a couple of Ola or Uber stop points or any sort of Yulu. Like, we were talking about EVs, right? So Yulu has this point where you can swap batteries or something like that. So it attracts more people over there. There's consistent footfall going through the street, so people aren't afraid to go through it, you know. Other than that, painting the footpath, of course, yellow and black lines, ensuring that people are able to see the corners of the road. Maybe a couple of plants over there bordering the edges. Even a bus shelter or some sort of seating arrangement over there so people are able to sit comfortably. Other than that, we were talking about painting some emergency information on the wall so that the people who are walking there, if they do want to contact someone, they can do so easily. The information is right there. Active edge condition once again talks about, say, art installations or any sort of graffiti on the walls so that the place does not seem desolate or dilapidated. And other than that, one more important point was maybe a police jockey nearby. Otherwise, a small sort of kiosk, an emergency SOS kiosk that connects to the central command station nearby so that a response team that is there can respond if somebody is in danger. And I think I've pretty much covered all of the points. Yeah, sorry. Again, the previous team did talk about this, but we also wanted even continuous walking surfaces along with tactile poles and ramps so that PWDs are able to access the roads. And the
Great.
kiosk can also have an
Thank
auditor.
you. Sorry. Thank you. Let's clap. Let's add to what has already been presented. Yes? Add.
Also, please look at Ashama, very important. She'll tell you when 30 seconds are remaining. Yeah.
Okay. So we first identified the issues with the existing road and looked at the various data set and methodologies that would be required. Adding to that, both these groups have already mentioned major data sets, but we can also include the crime data that we'll get from the FIR, from police station, what are the kind of crime, and then we can relate it to poor quality of lighting or lack of activities. And then we also identified the various agencies that would help us in creating this a more livable and vibrant street. And we also included the point of, since we are creating the street for women, so to have a public participation workshop with them on timely basis. Like once we do the analysis, then we looked at the design and we discussed with them whether they are okay with that. And third, in the solution, we also included how to create a natural surveillance on the street and how to have a women participation. So the vendors, the street vendors that we were planning to introduce on this street, they can be women, run by women. So the participation increases, the employment increases, and the trust of women while accessing this road will also increase. So these were the three major interventions that we thought.
Sorry. Just 2 to 3 major points when we are talking about streets. Seating. I don't know if this came up, right? And seating at regular intervals, particularly for caregivers, also for elderly women. We did speak about something for persons with disabilities. Didn't hear something about access ramps yet, but I don't know if this was already covered. Covered. Okay, sorry. No problem. Just making sure. One key piece, crossings, caregivers and elderly, right? including women, take longer time to cross a road, and therefore keeping in mind, anybody knows at what pace typically? So 0.4 meters per second, so about 40 centimeters, whereas an able-bodied person may take and do anywhere between 1.4 to 1.5 meters, right? And so the key piece is, how do we also factor this? Because this has a big impact, especially when they're crossing the roads. Just wanted to add these additional points. Now we go to parks. I think we have one group on parks, right? Please come here. Yeah. Folks with buses, I thought maybe we just flip, because we are doing that, you know, the whole of journey. So you walked on the street, you came at the bus shelter, okay? Who has bus shelters? 1, 2. 2 groups? Right. So folks, please be ready, as Harshita mentioned. Can you all just come here? Yeah. Oh, inside buses. Bus shelters, no? Only one group has bus shelters? Okay, all right. Please come.
Hi. So if you look at the park before, you can probably shoot a horror movie here. It's so bad. So the methodology we followed was a 4-step process. We first identified the infrastructural issues. So if you look at the picture, there's no even flooring. There's no walk path. We probably don't know if the lights work or not. They probably don't. There's no security, no sitting spaces for the elderly, children, or the women. There's no visibility. No, it's not pedestrian friendly, basically. Not disabled friendly either. So these were the issues we had identified. Second step was gathering information or the data. So first we look at the demography of people who visit this park. We look at who owns the land, who owns the park. And then land use around park, like whether it's residential, commercial. We look at the transportation facility available. So like whether you have a bus port near or not, an auto stand, stuff like that. Then incidents of crime reported within the park and near the vicinity of the park. Police patrolling, if it happens regularly or not. The third step was recommendations. So what were the recommendations our team identified? So we have improved legibility. We have making it disabled friendly. We have adding greenery, fixing equipment, adding sitting area, presence of security, whether through like digital means like CCTV or people being present there like the police, restrooms for all, public transportations being made available. We also had certain technological interventions such as smart lighting, e-ticketing, bike sharing system, cycle sharing. And finally, for the fourth step, who could we approach to help us with this? So the agencies we can approach. So we start at the very grassroots level. Active citizenship forum, local corporations. We look at RWAs, and then finally to the government agencies, we could approach the municipal corporations, PWCs, Smart City, or the CSR funds. Thank you.
Excellent. We'll now move to the bus shelters. Yeah.
So I'll be quick and very context specific. So first is the placement and provision of enough bus shelters, and many a times there's just a sign which says that the bus has to stop here, but there needs to be a bus shelter which is covered, but not too covered like it creates a blind spot. There's a certain transparency so that people cannot find themselves alone in that space. And lighting behind and in front of the bus shelter, and as again the bus stops should be located such that there is enough space for the pedestrians to move behind them or in front of them and not abrupt the bus service. The signboard or route information for people who are there to get the buses, and also for people who are looking for the last mile connectivity once they get off of the buses. And then it needs to be disabled friendly in terms of braille writing there, which bus stop is it, where to go, ramps, curb heights, and the tactile pavings. Facilities according to the data collected there, does that bus shelter needs a water kiosk around it? Does it have that much of footfall? Is there a need of a public washroom around it? And seats at the bus shelter also is also important, and also the proper sizing of the seats. Many a times they are very much smaller. And then safe zoning. One of the gentlemen in our round table said that the zoning should be as such. There is no alcohol, alcoholic zone nearby, so that it creates a chaos there. And also eyes on street, in terms of it should be at a public area, so that it is not at a space where people can't see what's happening there. And also in terms of technology, and very important, is the intelligent transport management system needs to be present there, and public information system, along with the geofencing of bus stops. So that becomes very important, that there needs to be a specific area specified where the bus has to stop. So that is geofencing. Yeah.
Excellent, thank you. Do we have another group with bus stops, bus shelters? No? Okay, okay. One key piece you may have mentioned, back panels. Generally, back panels are used for advertising, sure, but is there a way to have visibility and advertising, because sometimes they can create dark zones behind. So just something to think about as well, because visibility is key. Now, okay.
Hello. Okay, so quickly 3 pointers. The types of data that we'll require for, making the mobility system within the buses more gender responsive. The first kind of data that we actually looked at was, concrete data from reports on, on the number of women traveling through buses every day, demographic, their age, and making, policies based on the kind of problems they face, the kind of, every day while traveling they face. And second, the distance within an area, what is the number of buses that are actually available, and then also the number of trips women make on average every day, and the number of kilometers they travel through buses, then also peak timing. So that can also be gathered from data. So we can actually avoid overcrowding within buses for women. Then fifth is the usage of the buses again. So second is the data on crime, which actually answers, directs towards safety. So for safety, we actually kind of looked towards how different measures can be taken within the buses, how there can be safety QR codes through apps, and there can be panic buttons implemented within the buses. And I think, third was observational data, which factors in two main things. One is comfort, and other is accessibility. Comfort in terms of, at an OMI conference last week, there was this point made that low-floor buses should be made for persons with disabilities. So that's a provision that came after years of hard work. So that is one thing when it comes to accessibility. Another thing when it comes to comfort that we were discussing in our team is, if it's possible, it will be investment heavy, but if it's possible to have feeding room or private space for women within the buses. So that is something that we were looking at. So thank you.
Thank you, thank you.
Hi. So as a group, we brainstormed about what should be the infrastructural needs within the buses, inside the buses, I mean. So we looked at basically categorizing it into two parts. One is from the element of convenience. Second is the theme of safety. Obviously, taking the pecking order of safety as first, we thought about what are the challenges that maybe some of the females face while traveling. One is not accessibility to the panic button or the SOS button is somewhere felt it's not very accessible. We felt about we should have proper stickering and information to be pasted there so that we can identify the right buttons and also differentiate between a panic button or an SOS button, right? That is something that we feel is necessary. Sometimes a lot of people don't know about emergency numbers that the government has provided us. So we felt it is imperative that we should display these numbers and there should be adequate awareness built around it. One of the examples that we felt, how can we increase safety, could be through the help of marshals. Maybe Delhi bus system already have this implemented, but across other cities, we don't have any marshals escorting, evening trips or late night trips for the safety aspect of the ride. We also felt, could there be a way in which we can segregate the different genders within the bus through maybe portioning or creating a zone inside? So Bangalore buses system created a system wherein the women stand in the front side of the buses where the male counterparts stand behind. So that was one of the solutions that came up. The last on the safety bit was we wanted to see, can we have a technological interventions to increase the safety, where there could be one single app that can bring in digital safety element as well. What it could solve is, let's say, it can help us rate the drivers, whether they're driving safe or not. It could help us have a digital SOS button wherein we can be connected with our family members. We can share the live tracking of the ride with our family members. Some of the things that we felt are safety related. Since we have a paucity of time, I'm talking about the other elements of quick time.
Thank you. Sorry, but we are also running over time. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah. Okay. Add the points to what they have already done. Thanks.
Thank you for this opportunity. It's a very interesting exercise. Just looking at the picture, some of the observations are at that there seems to be no panic button. The females are standing at hopefully this is the second gate that they enter. And the hand grabs are too high. All the females are holding, they are holding nothing, whereas none of the females are holding the hand grab. So it suggests that the height is too high. And this rod is too high and doesn't have any hand grab. Secondly, we don't see the hand grabs are also not fixed. So what will happen if the jerk is there, then you move along with the hand grab. So it has to be fixed. So these three things that we got it. As far as we have written down a number of components that reserve seats, what we feel that the front of the bus should be for the reserve for the females, and the back side of the bus, because we have 2 doors in the bus, can be for the males. And the hand grab we have discussed. In technology, we say that the bus should have all the, like Delhi Metro we have, the route map is displayed and next stop coming is reflected. So that kind of technology we can have it in the buses. And the announcements, it could be in Hindi, English by, oh, ho gaya? Achha.
Yeah, just one thing, please. We know it's very comprehensive, but one thing, that's all. And let's wrap up.
Okay. That is also known that. Okay, the bus design shows there is no hammer for breaking the glass in case of an emergency, and dedicated space for the luggage suggested by our Bangalore friend. They are there in the buses. So
Thank you. Thank you so much. All right. Okay, folks, let's clap. Thank you very much. And now I'll hand over to Harshita to close this session.
Thanks. This was a really engaging activity. We thank you all for your participation. I actually call upon my colleague Kanika, Senior Project Associate with the city's team at WRI.
Hi, good evening, everyone. So as we draw to a close of this engaging session, I extend my sincere gratitude to each and every one of you for your participation here and valuable contributions throughout the session. First and foremost, I wish to express our deepest appreciation to all the presenters for sharing their expertise and first-hand experiences across the three vital themes of gender-responsive technology, safe and accessible infrastructure, and gender disaggregated data. Your insights have enriched our understanding of the imperative to integrate these approaches within the transport sector. To all our esteemed attendees, I extend a heartfelt thank you for your thoughtful participation and commitment to advancing the cause of inclusive and sustainable clean mobility. Your active involvement has fostered meaningful dialogue here. As we conclude this session, let us carry forth the insights from today into our respective spheres of influence and aim to catalyze tangible change. Together, we can work towards shaping a future where mobility is accessible to all. In closing, I would request everyone present here to join us on stage for a group photograph.
After the group photograph, we have tea and snacks at the Silver Oak Lawns, followed by the Uddeshya Award. So after the group photo, if we can all make our way to Silver Oak Lawns, that'll be great.
Also, students, I would request you to collect your participation certificates from the registration desk. Thank you.
Everyone, please join us on stage.